Call this meeting to order, please. Ask that you rise for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge of allegiance. Father, again, we ask for your wisdom and your guidance in all things that we deliberate and decide this evening. We pray for everyone that is in attendance, that everyone will give the input that is needed for us to make those decisions and help everyone to be able to live with those decisions. In Jesus' name we ask it. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First item, consideration of a resolution to approve the agenda.
Anybody have any changes on that?
Good. I would.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Motion and a second to approve as presented. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the minutes of the August 19, 2014 Commissioners meeting and the September 9, 2014 Recreation Workshop. If anyone has an issue with either one of those, we'll do them individually. If not, we'll do them collectively. Questions, corrections needed?
Make a motion to approve the minutes from August 19th and September 9th workshop.
Motion and a second to approve both. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. We ask that all public comments please be limited to the agenda items only, and that all documents from this meeting, as are all meetings, located in the clerk's office and on the Board of Commissioners website. Next item is our consent agenda. First item, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Glenn Faney to rezone 5 acres located on Blue Jay Road from AR1 to I1 for a surface mine, map number 374, parcel number 4 in the 1st District. Item number 2, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Jordan Sislow and Taryn Fishy for a dog daycare and boarding facility located at 159 Hester Road, map number 375, parcel number 44 in the 1st District. And item number 3, consideration to renew the agreement with eGPS Solutions for an eGPS base station. Any questions or corrections? Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve as read. Second.
Motion and a second to approve as read. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, your old business. Consideration to approve payment regarding the new Savannah water and sewer contract. Don't everybody speak out.
Good afternoon. As you recall, we took this subject up, so I just need to turn it. Is that better? As you recall, we took this subject up this last year regarding our water and sewer contracts and ensuring that we review those contracts and that any potential payments that are due are made to those individuals under those water and sewer contracts. In this instance, when we went through this particular contract, the language in it, in several sections, led staff to believe that there was additional work or projects to be done. And as such, we did not believe that this particular contract actually had payments necessarily due on it. In discussion with staff and going through this and isolating the actual tracker plan that this particular contract contemplates, it was posed that we actually do owe for the payment of impact fees against this particular segment and this particular contract. What you have attached is the original discussion from that, along with an updated schedule of additional payments that have come in. I believe there was some initial discussion regarding exactly the owners at this particular time and who these payments would be made to, along with some additional questions that the board itself had. And so we again are addressing the issue of making these payments to the individuals regarding this contract.
I think I've had most of my questions answered, but I guess the best thing left that I want to just be sure of was, based on what your written recommendation here is, it appears that you're saying, well, you are flat saying based upon the county attorney's reflection of how the contract was negotiated, that your recommendation is that the board adopt alternative number 1 and pay those fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
How much more connections is available than there? Or will this clear this stuff? There's more.
Your packet contains, yes sir, your packet contains an exhibit in which the actual area that this involves. And I understand that anything within that area, correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, anything within that area in which a fee is paid.
Well, the amount that is due them is what? It's, they gave 3 or 3.5 million.
3.5 million.
And what's due them is 55% of one part, 53% of another, so
Correct.
roughly a little bit more than half of that is due them.
That's
And
correct.
this is the first payment.
If those permits are sold
Over time.
over time.
What did you say, 3.5 or 3?
3.5. 3.5.
So they're roughly due at 1.8, and this is the first installment, of course, that ish. Gotcha.
The only issue here, of course, is as you know, at the board's direction, we have liquidated the impact fee accounts. We are now on cost recovery. So that means that these funds would come directly out of the water and sewer account. And I want to make sure that y'all are aware of that.
Come out of the cost recovery payments instead of
That's
impact
correct.
payments. But they paid it. You know, I had some questions about the contract, but bottom line I got down to that we did accept those funds from them. And paying them half of it back is a better case scenario than what we could possibly be faced with, which could possibly be paying it all back. So I would think this is the best case scenario for the county.
What is the sheet that I'm looking at?
The sheet that you're looking at, as far as the numbers on it, yes, sir. We had development services, or George go through all those items that had been permitted, which were within the exhibit track. And this is his listing of, I believe his and Steve's listing of those lines within that track that we've actually accepted payment for permits on.
I'm just trying to figure out where the 297
The first-
comes from.
If you look at the overall total, you'll see the total collected, and then you have to apply the percentages that were agreed upon within the contract itself.
The 55% or 53% based on whether it's water or sewer.
Correct.
They're getting half of, roughly a little bit more than half of each fee that comes in for the contract for a designated area that services.
So I add the 2 sheets together.
No, sir. The first sheet is the original sheet. When we first went through this several weeks ago, The second sheet is an updated sheet, or it should be.
Well, the
Should be
total's the
one-
same.
The total is the same.
I'm sorry, then the wrong sheet's in here. There should be a secondary sheet that totals, I thought I put in the staff report also, 297, 767, 78. I'm sorry, 297,767, 78. There was a secondary sheet that lists the additional items that they've gone through and identified.
Which is the amount on the staff report.
That's correct.
I just couldn't find anything that
I'm sorry.
justified
I put
that.
the first one in here because when we first discussed this, we were at the 187. The updated sheet was at the 297, and I can get you a copy of that detail sheet. I thought both sheets were in here.
How much have we spent on the infrastructure to honor that agreement? Do you know that?
The original infrastructure, I believe anyway, was Goshen A.
Okay.
And that particular, if memory
To honor
serves
the
me correctly,
agreement,
it's
but
a
to honor the
little,
agreement, I'm sorry, this would be the first payment made to honor that agreement.
that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, this is outside of what, no, I'm just curious.
The initial cost, I believe, was about 5.5 or 5.6 million.
But that wasn't only for that subdivision.
That's correct. I believe that, and Elizabeth, correct me, I'm not sure if you're privy to those pieces. I know Eric was. They ran this particular line a certain way to ensure that they had water here. And I think that their payment was a portion of having that line run.
It would be for what's called a benefited tribe.
Yeah.
That's what it is, that's the tract that benefits from that infrastructure.
That's right.
That's anticipated to be served by, which is page 41 or 44. It actually shows that tract, it's a fairly large tract.
I understood everything except the sheet.
Sorry. On the 700-page document is the one that I didn't see.
It's okay. But I would like
Yes,
to
sir.
see that one through.
We'll send it to you. Once I can get them out.
Any questions? I have a motion.
Make a motion to approve order number 1.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Clears up old business. First item, new business, consideration to approve to renew contracts with Trailer Business Services Incorporated.
Hello, this is our annual contract that we renew with Trailer Business Services. They handle our personal property accounts over $50,000. We budgeted $7,500 for the audit for this year, and what we do is throughout the year we'll send them accounts to deplete that amount for the year. Anything under $50,000 we handle in-house.
What was the price? This was $7,500.
This-
Last year, what was it, the
Yeah.
same thing? It was-
Yeah, this is not the price, this is just what we budgeted. They have a breakdown, and it's in the contract that Stephanie has. It's broken down into increments of so much to like 50,000 to 80,000 is a price, and then anything over like a million is a price, you know, and they're the same cost as it was last year. They've only increased, we've been working with them since 2002, and they've only increased their costs one time throughout that period.
Okay.
Funds are already in the budget there.
Yes.
Any other questions? Motion? Second. Motion and a second to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, consideration to approve to renew the Microsoft volume licensing agreement.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Fiona Charlton, purchasing agent. The county computing core is reliant on Microsoft products. The operating, networking, and productivity software is all Microsoft. The county currently has an agreement in place with for Microsoft volume licensing, which expired on August the 1st, 2014. A request quote for 3 years of volume licensing was issued and posted on the usual websites, advertised in the Savannah Morning News, and sent to known vendors. 4 responses were received, ranging from $159,013 to $487,200 for 3 years, the lowest being from Dell Marketing. The quote from Dell is broken down into 3 annual payments of $53,004.36 each year, running from 2014 to 2017. The Microsoft Volume Licensing Agreement and the forms provided by Dell have been reviewed and approved by the County Attorney, and funding is approved in the current budget. Staff recommend Alternative 1, approval of the quote and execution of the Microsoft Volume Licensing Agreement provided by Dell Marketing. Any questions?
Don't hear any. Have a motion?
Motion to approve alternative number 1.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve alternative number 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration to disperse annual funding for the hospital guard.
As you know, several weeks ago, we received a letter from the hospital asking us to get together to discuss the current hospital contract. I think everyone knows that there are some items within the contract that there are not specific mechanisms for how the payments are necessarily made to the hospital. We levy a tax on their behalf. And as you know, those funds come in sporadically during the year, most of those in October, November, and December. Staff for the county and staff for the hospital have gotten together to try and come up with some resolution as to how that process works. And I think we've had some really good discussions. We've gone over a review of the receipts that we've actually received. We are actually within $5,000 of each other as far as the receipts that have actually come in. We've discussed how to go through the cash flow and the timing issues of those receipts. Discussed how we count necessarily funds that are coming in that are prior to the 2011 agreement. We've discussed clauses within an MOU so that we can ensure that the payments are made and that they receive their funds within each fiscal year. For them, that's a calendar year. And we've also discussed additional provisions that are within the contract that if they get to a certain level and those funds are not necessarily needed for indigent care, that those potential payments come back to the county. With that said, you have within your, I believe, folder a overview of the information that we've gone through.
Just hand it to us, or?
Yeah, it should be a sheet that looks like this.
I have to understand, Joanna, I heard you say when you started talking about you're within $5,000 of each other.
Of total receipts received.
Meaning what?
Meaning that most of the issue is regarding how we count funds prior to 2011. In other words, we levy a tax in 2011, but we also have receipts that are coming in from 2010, 2009, 2007.
Right, and I had issue with the fact that they were subtracting that.
That's correct.
So if they did subtract it, it's $800,000 credit. And so I heard your statement about, well, we're paying $5,000 each other.
We are over $5,000 of each other as far as the total receipts received, not as far as
Not as far as whether we're agreeing that we
do or do not
actually
count.
receive.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. The sheet that you have in front of you is a documentation regarding that. And so we've tried to work through, for instance, the hospital's first review, which showed almost $1 million. We then took that same document, and depending upon how you count it, which way you count it, it goes down to 565. The second review that was done by the hospital, which is on the, it's over in the right-hand corner, is the review that they did showing the payments related to the prior tax years, and that the total funds were reduced by that.
Has everybody found that yet?
I found it.
Got it now.
Okay.
And that revision shows about $855,000. When you drop down to the right-hand side of the page on the last box on that page, earlier there was some discussion as far as the 2010-2011. And in that 2010-2011, at least as far as my instruction, based off of our attorney, we were to split those receipts between the years.
We didn't even have anything, I'm sorry, but
Yes.
we didn't have anything about 2010 and all that in our book, our first calculations.
I understand. The calculations that you have in your book were the calculations that were done at the time that we originally received this from the hospital, okay? And that we were trying to get this on the agenda because of the time piece of it. Staff worked over the weekend after getting that information to solidify the receipts and the rest of the information. So what you have in your books was as of the time of the publication.
What's the time sensitiveness that, like, we need to vote today? Now that we're just being handed the change right now, what's the time?
Well, we got people from the hospital here that may can clarify that. The original request that came in, that letter should be in your packages, said that there was a HUD review on September the 19th. This is the first meeting that we've had since receipt of that letter, and the last meeting that we will have prior to the 19th of September.
Okay, so
that is the reason, ma'am.
There's going to be a HUD review.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
whichever way,
Yes, ma'am. On the 19th.
HUD will make will make a statement as to what they reviewed.
Correct.
Okay.
And so it was our thought process that we believe that the hospital staff and the hospital staff there are trying diligently to come to a resolution on this as quickly as possible. And so what we have put together for you is just the review of that. Now, the hospital, Mike Scribner with the hospital has come up with an MOU about how we can refine this process, about how we can ensure that we meet the contract pieces. And I would like for him to go through the points that the hospital would like to make with the board regarding that. This particular sheet of paper is just a synopsis of what we've done so far. It is a working document, just as the MOU is a working document. It is our first attempt to try and draft something to put into place a mechanism to address the issue of the timing process of when these property tax receipts come in.
And I believe we're all in agreement that there's some things that could be better clarified in the agreement itself, and that's exactly what this is an attempt to do. And I appreciate Mr. Scribner and his council prepared this. I know they were working late in the last night doing it and into this morning getting it here. And obviously,
and my frustration is that anytime we're handed something when we, at this moment, that we don't have a chance to review, it's even hard to have good questions or good dialogue about it.
And again, the way we got here is just they have a review coming, and this was the first attempt, or the first meeting that we had to get in front of y'all, and we've been preparing information up to today.
Fair enough. And Ms. Jones, to be clear, we certainly weren't trying to paint y'all in a corner to do anything.
I wasn't implying that. I was just saying as far as actually knowing.
Our intent, as they have said correctly, was to be able to represent to HUD that we were working collaboratively with you guys to work on any past due amounts and those kinds of things. And so,
If you could please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Mike Scribner. I'm the CFO of the hospital. To be clear, in our discussions with them, which again, we're very appreciative of, it's been a very collaborative process, and we appreciate their time, and they have been, their turnaround time has been incredible, and so we're very appreciative of that. Our discussion really kind of broke down into 3 parts. It's the 2011 through 2013 payments, what to do with 2014, and then establishing a process going forward in 2015. And so the MOU is kind of written in that light. If you look at the document, I'll touch on the top, the 4 points that are in here. Point number 1 is clarification of funding prior to 2014. Update to you, Joanna, the hospital authority is willing to waive that provision and not ask for the $243,000 for the past.
And the 243, if you look at your sheet, is coming from, again, back to the 2010, 2011, where we split the receipts that came in within that year.
Where is 243 on the sheet? I don't know.
It's on the very,
The last block,
The last,
down review.
the last block, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's our sheet. That's it.
yes, ma'am. And that's where that figure is coming from, just to
That's right.
clarify.
Well, I want to get into that. Point 2 is that there is a plot of land that TOS has kindly given us information on, that you see the description of back in Exhibit A, that in order to settle the years up through 2013, the hospital is proposing in this MOU to accept that land in exchange for any liabilities due through 2013. Point 3 in the agreement is that I believe by the county's numbers, $659,000 have been paid. By our numbers, $675,000 have been received, and the differences are just timing and the timing of when receipts are made. It's just, the next point is just to acknowledge that if the obligation is $3.6 million for the year and we have received $675,000, it's to acknowledge that $2,925,000 is due between now and 12/31, without a real, just acknowledging that any payments received, millage or otherwise, apply to that. As Joanna was clear to say, to make sure that any prior year taxes that came in would apply against that $2.9 million. Point 4A and point B get into kind of a little bit more complicated portion of it, in that the way the contract reads is that it both contemplates a millage payment coming and a $300,000 a month payment that is to come to the hospital authority. What we thought was more appropriate, and again, we're in discussions on this, and we're certainly open to anything that kind of clarifies that, was that rather than doing that there would be, the millage payments would come, and then each quarter we would sit down and reconcile that to a $900,000 quarter. And if it was over to the degree it stayed within whatever we agree upon as a reserve amount, that would sit. If it's less than that, then the county would make up the difference up to $900,000 in a quarter. That's essentially what 4A is getting at. 4B, we contemplated a more in-depth annual reconciliation of millage received versus the payments that we had received throughout the year that would go through a more full process. Again, accounting for the fact that there would be some reserve set aside, such that, again, if you guys ended up making out a greater than $3.6 million payment, that it would allow a reserve such that you guys didn't have the cash flow flowing into the next year. And again, we're still in discussion. We threw a lot of this pretty complicated language at them, just like you're saying, Ms. Jones. We threw a lot of pretty complicated language at these guys very recently, and so we're still working through that language. We think it works, but it's kind of back in y'all's court and Joanna and Tulsa's court to walk that back through. 4C is that it's just making the point that this is all not intended to change the original agreement that was in place, and that all those the amount that can be higher if the hospital authority asks for it, the amount can be lower if indeed triggers, undefined triggers in the contract. And Joanna's been asking for us to define, and that's what the bottom part of the language is intended to state, that there be some definition of when the hospital is in such a financial shape that 3.6 is no longer appropriate to ask for, and to define that, and that's what the rest of that was intended to be. The rest of it is kind of legalese, with the exception of Exhibit A, which is the definition of the county property that we were talking about. Any questions? If not, we just state again that we've been very appreciative of their time and their working with us. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
For clarification, does the hospital, your CFO,
Yes, sir.
does the hospital's annual report show that they've received 3.6 million?
We have been booking it on an accrual basis. So we've been booking $300,000 a month as a receivable against what we actually get as the millage. And so we're not cash basis, we're recording an accrual
Well,
basis.
see, the question that I had about that, and this is, and I can just say this, if we come to an understanding, I personally, just my way, I don't necessarily care how we get there. If like my facts get us there, but you go a different route, I can live with that, that's okay. And I always had the position, unless something were to change, that I didn't mind giving that land to the hospital in the first place. Okay, so that's just a standing, it's kind of separate of that money. But if it takes that to clear up the money, you know, if that's then that's okay too, in my opinion. But the one thing that I was trying to understand is, and I don't know if I'm missing something that you can help me get through my head, but when you have received, when Joanna gives us a report that says in 2011, you guys, your audit statement showed you took in 3.8 million, 2012, 3.6, and 2013, 4.2. Then that is true money received, regardless of what year it is. And what I'm trying to understand is there some place in the contract or some place in the law that says the 3.6 has to come from one specific year, and if it comes anywhere else, it can't be counted, you don't count the money?
I think that's a rusty question, but the contract's kind of silent as to whether or not it's to be adjudicated on a tax year or a calendar year basis.
And to me, since the contract is silent and the money is actually collected, then you count the money that's collected because it has to be accounted for.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I think it's clear, and again, we're in Rusty's territory now, I think it's clear that for tax years post 2011, I think that was clear. As Joanna was saying earlier, the reason that we agree with the amount that you remitted versus the amount we received and still said that we thought we were owed $855,000 was all related to the fact that that's all money for tax years prior to 2010.
But we didn't collect it in those previous years, and we may have never collected it, but we were fortunate enough to collect it now, and we received it now. So in an accounting world, when a certain amount of money is received, that's the year it's got to be counted out. So you got it that year, you got 4.3 million, so that's what we give you. That's how I would look at it.
Well, and at this point, Ms. Jones, we're not asking for anything for that. If y'all are willing to convey the land, we're willing to say that
Yes,
that's all the prior years are.
And that's why I said my thing up front about if we're on the same page, regardless of how we look at it, that I'm okay with that, as long as we don't go into further years saying the same thing, as long as.
Well, again, I think, again, I'll let Rusty start. I think it's clearer 1/1/11 going forward because all of those, the way the contract was written, it would apply going forward. I think it's very clear that regardless of the tax year received, it would apply in the year you remit the funds to us. And so I don't.
If we'll work it out and get rid of the subject, that's okay with me too.
Fair enough. Sorry. I'm sorry, Rusty.
If we can't, then it's an issue that we need to hash out.
I'm sorry, I'm Rusty Ross, and I'm the attorney for the Hospital Authority. I recognize a couple of faces here from when we originally negotiated this contract, and I'll be happy to offer you my opinion about the contract and what happened, but essentially, when we entered into that contract, let's just say the beginning of 2011, there were monies that y'all had through your taxing authority already taxed the citizens of the state, this county for, and those monies were owed. They were just like an account receivable that hadn't gotten paid yet. But beginning 1/1/2011, we had a contract that said the county would either through a new millage rate for that year or through general obligation funds, if you wanted to, pay us $3.6 million in that year. So that was the dividing point, was that year. And what we're trying to say is that
It says we'll pay $3.6 million.
Yeah.
It say from 1 year.
Right, and but once we have, if we are able to reach an agreement on an MOU or just an understanding, then prior to 2013, we're done. If you'll convey us the land, don't owe us anything else prior to that, 2014, the 2.9, which will come from either any tax revenues that come in 214 or otherwise paid by the county to us. And then going forward with 215, I think it clarifies, it specifically says in this memorandum, it's never intended that this would change the agreement that we originally entered into, and it doesn't. It just clarifies the process that these administrators and those administrators have to deal with. Thank you.
Well, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
And she just stated that in 2011 it was over $3,600,000. 2012 it was $3,600,000, which was right. And then 2013 it was over $4 million. Then why are we back? Why are we still owe you over $1 million? Where did that figure come from?
Yeah, it's all related to the fact that post 1/1/11 there are $971,000 that you have remitted to us post 1/1/11 for tax years prior to 1/1/11.
So you didn't get your $3.6 million on those years prior to this?
Right.
Well, we got millage, whatever the millage came to prior to this, yes, sir.
It was whatever the funds were received at that time.
Commissioner Local, what they've done is they've subtracted, if the tax commissioner collected money for, say, a tax that was due for the year 2000, it's an old tax. If they received the money last year, they subtracted it and wouldn't count it because it was from previous years. If you add the money together for 11, 12, and 13, we've overpaid it by $800,000 if you look at it that way, but you're not looking at it that way. And that's what was getting me. When I saw this last night, frankly, I studied the book till 3 a.m. and it had not really been a large issue to me until I saw those numbers and I was like, I don't have an agreement with that. But I really don't have to make an argument out of it if we are able to do away with it in a different sense. So.
Well, again, we're not asking for any remittance, regardless of our definition versus your definition. If you guys are willing to convey the land, we're not asking for anything related.
Land, so that took care of it, that's what I'm saying.
We're okay.
And as far as the HUD review that's been there, are they okay with the land versus the money? I mean,
what the main thing that HUD is going to want is for us to come to clarity on how the remaining 26 years of the contract is. That's right. I will tell you that sections 4A and 4B are far more important to them than the prior years because the fact that the hospital isn't in tremendous financial need right now. We aren't losing money over and above the 3.6 right now.
I haven't had a chance to study the land that's actually in here or proposed. Is it the whole section?
It's the last one that we discussed. It includes everything except EMS on.
Okay, does it also include Gateway?
Yes.
And
they understand the issue that's going on with the reversionary clause.
Because the one thing I feel about that is, you have it.
We're willing to take it as long as, there is some issue, and again, that's a rusty thing. There's an issue as to whether or not the title can be conveyed by the county, but to the degree it can be, we're willing to take it and take on the maintenance liability for that.
We've asked Ted to look into that. He's not giving us an answer.
I don't agree with that part of it, giving them all that land, because I don't think we need to box EMS and the helicopter.
That includes EMS.
So I don't agree with that. I will not vote for that.
The land was deeded to a now defunct entity that was the predecessor to Gateway with a reversionary clause. That entity is now defunct. The assets of that entity, and help me when I start, were transferred over to the predecessor to Gateway, which was the Titans, I believe. And it's our belief in talking with Mr. Cruz that they don't believe they own that, and I'm not sure we could get him to sign a quit claim deed relinquishing any claim they may have to it. And again, we've asked for legal opinion. We don't have an answer to that.
So to this day, we don't know who owns that? Right. At this moment, we do not know who owns that. And so how long will it take us to rectify that?
We've been working on it for several months.
That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Krause is working on that, not this is
to check one more thing.
All right, let me ask, is there a way to come up with an MOU that would allow us to take this off of our tax bills as a hospital middle and simply pay off $300,000 a month, in which we would never be behind, and commit to the 3.6 million?
Yes, sir. In fact, again, we're not trying to vary from the contract that was entered into at the end of 2010, it says in there that you will collect a minimum of 2 mills per year, not to exceed 7, which is the limit that you would have for hospital authority. But then it goes on.
That contract says.
Yes, sir, but then it goes on to say in that bottom of that same paragraph that you don't have to have any mill. You can pay all of it out of general obligation funds.
Well, the problem is, what I think I can be perfectly clear, that the only thing that MOU can do is clarify things from the contract, because the contract itself states that it cannot be changed. So the only thing MOU can do is clarify it.
Yes.
And I understand your point saying the contract really already says that. We don't have to call it a mill,
Right.
but for the understanding point that whether we call it a mill or don't call it a mill, it also goes on to, there's no real cap in that contract. There's no real cap in that contract except for the way I read it last night to say up to what the state of Georgia allows for.
Right, 7 mills.
And that, so there's your cap that
But
we
you got-
can never make a MOU different than.
But the point is that the state law and the contract that we entered into at the end of 2010 are flexible enough to either you can assess a hospital tax if you want to, the way you're doing it now, or you can take it out of general funds. You can come up with the money any way you want to. And that's not changing the terms of that contract.
So if we
Because really,
were,
we're not collecting 2 mills, we're collecting 1.94 something because of rollbacks.
That's right.
We're not collecting anything, we're just levying it.
We're
Levy, right.
Yeah.
Well, and by the way, that is one point of clarification in the memorandums. We're trying to bring those two concepts together, because the contract says the county will pay the hospital authority X, and just the way you work with your tax system up here, you levy a tax and the tax commissioner pays us that money. And so we've got to get those two income streams running together so there's only one. And that's what a good portion, particularly of part 4 of this memorandum was about, was making sure that the tax revenues come in, and then we figure out whether you've paid us the amount that the county, quote unquote, is supposed to pay us. And if the revenues are over that, that's one thing. If they're under it, then the county makes up the difference.
Is it still going to be for paying with the tax commissioner's office paying you direct? Is that correct?
Well, it will, but I think what we agreed to is that we would put it into a segregated hospital authority account, and every quarter we would look at that account. So those monies would come into that
we
account.
would not have such a
It's not going to be one of our accounts.
And we're reconciling.
And again, I think kind of embedded here is kind of the important point of we're going to sit down and reconcile this quarterly rather than being in this
Right.
42 months into the agreement before we could really, and I know they've been talking before, but to really kind of hard code that we're going to do that.
The working, I'm pretty sure the working relationship that's started.
We are as well. Any other questions?
Well, I asked a question today if anybody has ever listened to the tape when all of this was, and I was told no. But I've talked to other people that said they sat on this board, and well, I know they did that, and they said that's not what they agreed to. I don't like the contract as it is, and I don't mind telling you, I don't. It was my understanding that this commission agreed to guarantee a loan in the amount of $3.6 million a year. But when you read this contract and it says that y'all can levy up 7 mills, and that scares me.
But they got to prove that they got to have it when they just can't levy the
Well,
bill.
there you go. That's another thing. It says it will not be unduly withheld or something like that.
But Mr. Chairman,
And then when you sit there and tell me that y'all are borderline on making money, I'm sitting here thinking the next thing's gonna be is you're gonna be coming in that door saying, we need more money.
well, so first of all, it's not the hospital authority that levies the tax. I mean, you would have to levy the tax. And quite frankly, I'm from Chatham County, and I several times unfortunately had to get into similar disputes between Memorial and Chatham County, and it's better to work it out the way we're trying to work it out here. this is not an unusual agreement. In fact, I think it probably was partially done off of other hospital authorities around the state, where the county is in one way or the other supporting the financing for that hospital. And the wording typically is that you can go up to the state limit of 7 mil. But if you're fortunate in this county to be in a growing county with a very good patient population. If you were doing this in Calhoun County, where I closed down a hospital 2 years ago, just closed it down, it'd be a different situation. So yes, there is the ability to go up to 7 mils, and you're now at 1.97, whatever it is. You can do away with hospital tax altogether as long as you can come up with at least that amount, that payment, that minimum payment that the county can come up with. You'd raise your millage rate, your general millage rate.
So am I understanding you to say that we could simply do away with the hospital millage, add that particular millage onto the top of ours, levy the same amount of money, those funds come into the county,
Yes.
and then we simply
Write a check.
issue a check for the 300?
Yes.
That could be done.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
And that is the way I read the contract also.
Yeah.
They don't, we're responsible for what we're responsible for, however.
I think if that's the case, then we need to work some more and due diligence regarding this MOU. I think we can solidify it much easier than necessarily putting it in an account and doing some of the things that we've done in this MOU. And I would think that would be the better route for us to be able to do that. However, I still am concerned with page 7 and 8, where it does talk about that at a particular point in time, and it gives no reference, gives no mechanism to, at the point in which that indigent care is reduced or has been solidified by additional revenue from the hospital itself, that payments could be proposed back to the county. And so that particular mechanism still, I think, needs some work also. That if they become self-sufficient, and the reason why I bring that up is within the audited statements, their unrestricted fund balance has gone from 9.3 to 12.7, which is significant. That is credible to the hospital and to them and their management, and raising their actual fund balance from existing revenues. So it seems that they're on the right course. I just think there needs to be some benchmark, some caveat in there for us to be able to look at this on an annual basis or every several years to see exactly where they are financially and whether or not the county needs to continue to contribute the entire 3.6.
Well, in reading the contract, have we been doing any of the quarterly reviews and receiving any of the comparative analysis to other similar healthcare institutions to verify if the cost of running the system is in line with what is standard and typical, so that
to my knowledge, I believe the hospital has given us budgets every single year. I believe that they have supplied their audited statements along with their annual review and so forth. I don't know that I've necessarily seen comparatives.
It says comparative analysis to other similar healthcare institutions and also quarterly reviews. I asked about those two things.
But the way in which was just described, I think would be the cleaner manner in which to be able to do it.
We do not disagree. What we were suggesting here was if the millage mechanism is going to stay in place, what's a cleaner way to kind of, as Rusty put it, kind of put those two income streams together. If y'all want to pivot this around and make it a flat monthly payment mechanism, and let's do kind of annual recon of, those kind of quarterly reviews, those kind of things, we're not opposed.
And we could keep track of it in the same manner. The only difference would be is that all those funds would go into a segregated account that the county holds. And we would only have to fund, anything that was a deficit into that account to ensure there's $300,000. That $300,000 a month goes directly to the hospital.
But to the only point, Chairman Custer, that where you say you're concerned about 7 mils, because that is a concern If I would have been on the board at the time, I would not have wanted a contract with that type of cap availability differential, more than where we stand right now. But if we do indeed start getting the comparative analysis and things like that, I think that would help this commission feel like that we're doing our part better to help be sure or have a comfort level that everything's being done possible to keep your costs in line, so that we're all good stewards of not having to raise any additional tax unnecessarily. That would be the goal.
We certainly would agree that, if we were, well, depending on whether or not this gets blown up, but the quarterly mechanism we talked about, we certainly can include reviewing our financials and whatever sort of comparative cost information we have in those reviews, in addition to reconciling where we sit, again, if this mechanism doesn't change one way or the other.
Sounds to me like, I don't look like a contract, but I think we are stuck with it. So.
I think we've made huge strides if we're able to do what we've just talked about. I think it will simplify greatly, as long as we
I
put
think
those
it's a
benchmarks.
positive step forward.
I think it's a positive step forward. I just don't know that we're going to get to some definitive answer this evening.
Not today.
Mr. Scrivener, what do you need from the board tonight? Is enough that we're working through this process if we bring this back on the 7th?
Well, that's what I heard him say.
That's right. Perfect world, there'd be some kind of resolution that we're on a happy path. But, if this is as far as it's going to go tonight, if it's okay with y'all, we'll certainly represent that we're in a collaborative process and we have proposed an MOU to come up with a mechanism going forward. The board is considering that, and that we're going to continue those discussions.
And we're a little lucky that there's 3 weeks in between our next meeting for us time to continue to work with Mr. Scrivener on this process and get a revised MOU back to y'all for y'all's next meeting if that's amenable to the board. And
absolutely.
I don't mind giving any input back and forth to save as much time also, so, anybody else.
I think it's a matter of getting the MOU.
And possibly before the next meeting, so that you will have time to review and we can work through any other issues.
I think that's the
Thank you,
best.
Mr. President.
yeah, and I think we can get it up. Like I said, Mr. Scrivener's been very accommodating in the schedule to us so far. I don't know if we wore him out at this point or not. I think he's got a few more days in.
He answers cell phones, I know that.
Same
You're
here.
not going to be in any trouble with HUD on your September 19th meeting.
I think we're okay. Okay. Appreciate y'all's time.
All right.
Thank you.
Then I would suggest that we table this to our next meeting. We'll ask that, and any commissioners that want to participate.
What's the date of that meeting?
October 7th.
Yes, sir.
Can I make a motion that we table this until October 17th?
7.
7?
7. Yes, ma'am, 7.
7.
SEV and
Everyone said 7.
Can I have a motion? Second. And a second. Table to October 2nd. Just throw something back and get it. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. All right. Thank you, folks. Next item. Consideration to refund ad valorem taxes paid by FIA 2P Timber for tax years 2009, 2012. Who wants to talk? Don't everybody speak at one time.
Stephanie, are you doing the same?
It's for toss, it says.
I'll tell you what I know about it. We received a request from FIA Timber requesting that taxes be refunded to them based on an error, and they are saying that based on the results of the Plum Creek lawsuit that was filed against the county, which we did refund money. It is staff's opinion, I believe everybody's opinion, the opinion of the tax commissioner, tax assessor, as well as the attorney, that that's not a valid request, that they did not make the request timely and didn't go through the proper channels, They're simply making it based on a piggyback of another court case. It's not, isn't necessarily a similar case. There may be differences between them.
And Plum Creek filed all of their
Did they file this time?
appeals on time, went through the proper opinion.
Who? Plum Creek or FIA?
Plum Creek.
Yes.
Well, the one it's based on, they did file on time, their appeals?
Yes, Plum
Okay.
Creek filed their appeal with the Board of Equalization. Actually, they didn't do a Board of Equalization appeal, they went straight to arbitration and prevailed in the arbitration decision, and FI Timber is trying to use the arbitration decision in Plum Creek as a basis for their refund.
Well, that's what got me was I read what they were saying they won on.
Right.
But if this particular case doesn't have the same credence that they didn't file timely, then that itself could take precedent. And
Well, it's a little bit different than that. FI Timber did not appeal the valuation of their property with the Board of Equalization for the tax years that they're asking a refund for. But the issues in Plum Creek had to do with valuation. So they had to go through either the appeal with the Board of Equalization or an arbitration process to get their money back. The refund before the board wasn't the proper procedure to do so. So Plum Creek did things correctly. It's our position that FI Timber is not using the proper procedures.
okay, I can catch that.
But we have denied this request already, haven't we?
It was brought up in
No.
a staff report for us to know that it had been sent, and we had like 1 year to make a
But I'm pretty sure we've denied this request.
We denied a similar one
Maybe it was another
months
company.
ago, but it wasn't this
The same
particular.
attorney term, I believe.
I think it was the same firm.
the tax assessor, tax commissioners here. There is nothing within the scope of y'all's jobs that would say that we should consider it. I'm getting a shake of the head from both. If you want.
It's nothing we can say. This came to us, I mean, it came to you, not to us. I'm sorry. This is that law where Janice Bevel, they have the right to request a refund for factual errors, or they feel factual errors for their value that was set for these prior years, and it has nothing to do with an appeal or going to the Board of Equalization or to Superior Court. This is just based on their feelings that factually we did not value their property correctly.
But it's true that this could have altogether different facts as relates in the Plum Creek.
It does. Plum Creek was a 2009 appeal that we agreed at the time to hold over, and they wanted to arbitrate it. And during the time that the taxpayer's case was settled and we finally went to arbitration, the people that had actually done the work for us had died, and we were not permitted to testify. Since then, values have been reappraised. We've done our own schedules and have all the documentation to back up our schedules. So that's all I can fill you in on, unless you have a question.
I think FI Timber's argument in the letter that they sent was that the Plum Creek decision was a legal decision, that in fact that there was some sort of legal error, and that's why they'd be entitled to a refund under 485380. We don't feel that way. We feel it was a valuation question, and they should have gone to the Board of Equalization rather than asking for a refund under this particular statute for the Board of Commissioners.
One thing I read was that they said the two cases were the same because they won on the basis of how the valuation, that the specialist had not done the valuation properly and he had to use the current use of the land. And so they were saying they were similar. And that's what I was having a little concern.
Yeah.
But when I hear there's another factor that makes the cases different, then I can.
Well, that's what they're saying. Plum Creek was very unusual. The essentially, the county wasn't able to put forth any evidence because their expert died.
I saw that.
And there was nobody else to present that information, so the arbitrator simply threw all of that out and only relied on Plum Creek's expert in determining the valuation of the property.
But they did say that the process the expert had used was not allowable.
That was the arbitrator's opinion. Arbitration decisions are not binding, and a different arbitrator could come to a different conclusion. And if FI Timber had gone through the procedure, their arbitrator could have come to a completely different conclusion than the one in Plum Creek.
So if this board denies this, they have the same right as Plum Creek?
No.
They can go to Superior Court?
If the board denies the refund request, they can appeal that to Superior Court. They can't go back and ask for a revaluation of the prior years under the other statute. They would have had to do that within a year of the taxes being assessed. And they did do that in 2013. They did appeal the 2013 net taxes. They're asking for a refund from 2009 to 2012.
Any other questions? I have a motion.
Make the motion to go with alternative 2.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Alternative number 2, do not refund the ad valorem taxes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the renew ACS Firehouse Software Annual Maintenance Contract.
Clint Hodges, Fire Chief. This particular software program is what we use to maintain all our records. It's our central database. We do incident reports, all our training records, hydrant records and flow data, certifications, and all our various equipment. We've been using Firehouse now since 2001. The city of Guyton also uses it. I also evaluated 2 other systems, emergency reporting and fire programs. And emergency reporting is actually what the City of Rankin and the City of Springfield use. Honestly, I think going forth in the future, we may look at emergency reporting, even though it might be a little more costly, but it's much more user-friendly. And it's a web-based application, whereas we have internal servers running what we're using now. But being that we've potentially got an ISO evaluation coming up within the next 12 months, I don't think it's the right time to be switching. Not to mention Firehouse did come in as the one at the lowest price.
Are these all running for purchasing now? Okay, I'm just curious.
So we didn't do, didn't my other right have to?
Yeah.
He did most of it.
We kind of had a problem with it when everything was going through purchasing so that we were sure we didn't have any
He
stragglers.
just knows more about it than I do.
Not a problem.
A lot more.
Any other questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to approve alternate number 1, which is to renew the existing maintenance contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to accept a quote issue, a contract, to accept a quote and issue a contract to E&D Contracting Services, Inc. to replace Hodgesville Road manhole and approve a budget amendment.
Good evening, Fiona Charlton, purchasing agent. A bid was awarded in May for the rehabilitation of Hodgesville manhole, but once the work began, it was determined that the manhole is beyond repair and a replacement manhole is needed. A request for quote was issued and posted on the usual websites, advertised in the local papers, and sent to 15 known vendors. Only one bid was received from E&D Contracting for $35,640, complete with a maximum completion time of 20 days. The contract has a 7-day termination for convenience clause and has been reviewed and approved by the county attorney. Funding is available in the water and sewer budget, but a budget amendment is necessary to move the funds within the budget. The amendment is included in your paperwork. Staff recommends alternative 1, approval of E&D Contracting's bid and approval to issue a contract to E&D Contracting for Hodgesville manhole replacement. Any questions?
It's the one that we approved, and when they went out to start the work, they found under.
That's right. We approved a recoating of the manhole structure. When we got there, we found the actual concrete itself had deteriorated to a point that recoating it wasn't going to be sufficient. Needed the actual structure replaced. We then asked the board whether we had a change order presented. Whether it was actually on a meeting, but we asked if you want to do a change order rebid. The board gave direction to rebid. This is the rebid. E&D is the contractor that's doing the coating on the receiving, on the wet well itself, I guess is the receiving manhole. So, yes, this is part of that same contract, or same project.
So this is the only bid we got.
So only we got it.
And we tried.
Okay. Any other questions? Motion?
Make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation on alternative number 1.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration to accept a bid for catastrophic inmate medical insurance for the jail.
Effingham County carries catastrophic inmate medical insurance to cover loss on jail inmates who are not under state custody. A request for quote was issued and posted on the usual websites, advertised in the local papers and sent to known vendors. 2 responses were received. Public risk underwriters, option 1, premium of $11,466 with a $30,000 deductible, cost per inmate per month of $9.75. Second option number 1, annual premium of $10,208 with a $35,000 deductible, cost per inmate per month of $868. Public risk underwriters also offered option 2, but the quote had a typo and the deductible is incorrect, so the option was not considered. The other response received was from Savile Public Entity for an annual premium of $17,000 with a $25,000 deductible, cost per inmate per month of $17.67. All the quotes have a $250,000 limit of coverage per inmate, with plan coverage running from October 1st, 2014 to September the 30th, 2015. The quote from Public Risk Underwriters has been reviewed and approved by the County Attorney. Funding is approved in the current budget. And as Public Risk's second option number 1 provides the same coverage as last year at no increase per inmate per day, staff recommends alternative number 1, approval of Public Risk Underwriters' second option 1 quote. Any questions?
That's the one for $10,208.
Yes.
This may be here somewhere, I missed it, but where does that compare to what we paid before?
It's the same as last year. The actual premium is less because we have less inmates, but the cost per inmate per day remains the same.
But the premium is less, so is there actually savings?
Because we have less inmates. If the inmates go up, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Reduce that,
Any questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve alternative number 1.
Motion was second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
You just visited with us for a while.
Didn't see you last time, so.
Next item, consideration to accept the quote and issue a contract to the McGrailey Company for roadside mowing services.
During the budget approval process, staff determined that the roadside mowing currently performed in-house could be performed more economically by an outside contractor. A request for quote for 3 mowing cycles annually was issued and posted on the usual websites and advertised in the local papers. 9 responses were received, ranging from $139,374 to $660,825. The lowest bid is from the McGrailey Company of Springfield. Upon request, the McGrailey Company also provided a quote for maintaining the right-of-way from the county line to Lincoln city limits to a higher standard than specified in the RFQ, including twice monthly cutting, edging, weed eating and litter collection. This additional work would increase the contract by $48,150 annually. 2 contracts have been drawn up. Alternative 1 is a 3-cycle mowing contract, and alternative 2 is a 3-cycle mowing contract plus the additional work. Both the contracts run from the 1st of January 2015 and terminate December the 31st, 2015, with 2 automatic 1-year renewals dependent upon a mutually agreed price increase. Thereafter, there's an option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods, again upon mutual agreement of both parties. Both contracts have a 7-day termination for convenience clause and have been reviewed and approved by the County Attorney. As funding is approved in the current budget, staff recommends alternative 1, approval of the McGrady Company's bid and approval to issue a contract to the McGrady Company for the 3 mowing cycles annually contract. Any questions?
Does this leave any area that we still maintain ourselves?
Yes, it would leave the area between the city limits of Lincoln going south to Goshen Road.
Just that?
Right.
So that's the only area that we didn't cover in having it bid?
Correct. From Goshen to the county line is in this contract, but it's not at 2 times per month and litter pickup. It's just the 3
Regular.
cycles. It would leave the part in the middle that we're doing that the prisons have been doing.
Okay.
From Goshen to the city limits. Goshen Road.
And everything else that they were doing, they were always doing 2 times a month?
No.
Okay.
No, that section is done as the prison gets there. There's, I don't know that they have a regular schedule that's in the other 40 sites that they cut.
But I mean, all the areas that they were doing other than that, were they doing those 2 times a month?
Were they doing which section now between Goshen and?
Not that section.
No, no, no.
Okay.
Our crews are doing it 4 times a year. We average 4 times a year because we cut, you know, a little bit longer.
That's okay.
We're going to 3 here, but
Yeah.
it just depended. Some were 3, some were 4, depending on the
So
season how
you
quickly.
feel we still have people available that could do the other area as needed?
The prison has been doing it. The intent was to continue to utilize them for that, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, there's.
All right, I'm told there's some folks here that wish to speak to this matter. State your name for the record, please.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. Douglas Ferguson, Dr. Douglas Ferguson, and I'm concerned resident of Rankin and board president of Silverwood Plantation, representing 262 families. And we obviously have a vested interest in improving the look of the highway from the county to Goshen Road to the city limits. I know that we've worked very close with Mr. Kiefer over the last several months. He's been out to visit us. We've sent pictures. There's been a lot of correspondence between himself and our subdivision. What we'd like to do is ask the commissioners to consider, I believe it is paragraph 4, for additional money for the additional mowing between the county line, Goshen Road to Rankin. It looks quite unsightly the way we're doing it now. It hasn't really met, I don't think, very pleasant standards that we should set for our community and for our county. So I'm pleading with the board to really consider item number 4, which would be for the additional monies to maintain those sections of that road, Highway 21.
Is there anyone else here wish to speak to this issue? Okay. Remind me, I didn't catch your last name.
Oh, Ferguson.
Dr. Ferguson.
Dr. Ferguson, that's correct.
Thank you for taking the time to come.
Certainly.
I just want to ask you a question. I can understand your concern because
Yes.
that's where you live. Playing the devil's advocate for the rest of the county, why would you say that the county needs to spend additional money there rather than, and not spend additional money, say on Highway 80, where people come into the county, or 21 where people come into the county?
And that's a point well taken. If you've been on Highway 21 in the morning hours or in the evening hours, you see the heavy traffic that the Effingham County has become the resting place for many folks that work outside of Effingham County. We have a great deal of traffic, and I think that having the improvement there would definitely create an image for the entire county that would be very advantageous to all of us for now and in the future as we continue to grow. And we know our community and county will continue to grow. So yes, we have other areas that are just as important, and we really need to attend to those also. But I would contend that on Highway 21, with its heavy traffic volume and the image that it portrays for the county, that it would be paramount that we would address that area first.
We actually officially voted, I don't know, maybe somewhere around 2 years ago, that we would take responsibility for cutting that grass for the reason that it's an important corridor business entrance into our county, and so many citizens had shown concern about that area. I can say personally for myself, we cannot financially cover every piece of grass in the county. We all know that. But I do think whether it is, I'm certainly not against even on Highway 80, where there are some important corridors into the county, I think if we maintain it properly, we should be able to create a tax base that covers that cost and improves our county. If you look at the things Pooler does, you know, where they have growth or some of these other areas, and in fact, just how Lincoln has started maintaining what their property is. So when you first come in out of Chatham County, and you've got this area that's grown up as tall as our waist, and then it's nice again. It just was it looked so bad, but we did vote to do that. But then the question mark comes in is, at this point, do we need to do it as often as these other areas, or is it something that we can maintain properly, reasonably as is? That's the question tonight. Because we did vote to maintain it.
And I agree with you that when you look at Pooler, going into Pooler, it's very pleasing. They planted a lot of flowers. They've dressed it up quite well. And in the city of Lincoln, they've put crepe myrtles in the center of Highway 21. They've also dressed that up. They keep it very well mowed and maintained. It's the county's appearance as you enter into the Lincoln area. I think that we would have an opportunity to make it look so much nicer.
It looks like there's a $58,000 difference there, and I guess the question is, can we do it reasonably for much less than that or not, or by the time we have it done, is it going to cost us that anyway? You know, those are the things, but I'm assuming if staff recommends alternative one, and they feel we can maintain it more cost effective.
And I think again, that's an excellent point that perhaps maybe twice a month is too frequent, maybe.
That's right, especially year-round. In the wintertime, I can imagine that twice a month is necessary in the wintertime, so that was a question.
No, it's not. That's from April to October.
And then you also say that the price is going to go up because there's going to be more work if we spread it out for a longer period of time, possibly.
What we can do is shorten that time period from, say, May to the 1st of October to cut 4 of those cuttings out or so, but what he was very adamant about is his price is based on twice a month. If we go to less frequent, he believes there'll be more work each time he gets there because of the additional height of the grass, additional litter, and so forth.
Yeah.
But we can truncate the term. I believe this is 18 cuttings. We could go to maybe 14 to go. This is like the 1st of March to the end of October.
And my other issue is this wasn't budgeted this year. I mean, if this is something we want to look at, maybe consider it next year, but I represent the folks on Highway 80. And it'd be hard for me to justify spending an extra $48,000.
Just want to point out too, when we approved the hotel motel tax last time, I think we all put the importance of the signage coming into the county at that area. That's, you know, that proves this board does have a vital interest in it. I think it comes out of dollars and cents.
And you're saying we're saving money, I mean, because we made a decision to go to this versus staff, because we knew we were going to have to do some kind of contract because we were saving money by cutting out the staff that was doing the work. Is that right? No.
Correct.
For alternative one. I don't know, will we still be saving money with alternative two or not?
Alternative one is what we were cutting with our staff that we cut.
Yes.
We've never cut alternative two with public work staff. It's always been done with the prison, ever since we picked this contract up.
Okay, I understand that.
Oh, you said the prisons do it more often. If man, it's prison.
And again, we can do that. We have 2 crews and we have 54 sites we maintain.
Well, yeah.
And a limited number of guards to go out.
And that's the reason that it's cut with the regularity that it is, because we're splitting 2 crews amongst 54 sites.
But that would be alleviated by this contract, or it still remains the same?
It would still remain the same. And again, we are anticipating doing it to the same regularity we are now, which is what I believe, Mr. Ferguson et al. Is saying is maybe unacceptable type standard that we're cutting it to. We're not looking at taking our prison crews, and we're not suggesting to you that we're going to do it every 2 weeks and pick up litter and mow and everything else. We just, to do so, we would have to take some of the other sites that we're maintaining, and we have been trying to do so. We recently acquired a mowing apparatus at zero cost to us, and it's now we're cutting everything here with our inmates. So that frees up 3 or 4 sites off of that 54 that they were doing. We're trying to do more of that. We're getting some.
Okay.
Clint's going to pick up his stuff for us up there. So we're trying to shift it down other ways, but.
Well, that sounds to me like that we're making some changes internally, that we could at least attempt that at this point and see if we can make some improvement with our own people.
Correct, but we're not doing it because we don't want to. We're not doing it because we don't have the staff to maintain all that we're doing. And again, we're trying to make shifts to get towards that by shifting some of the sites that the prison currently cuts to other departments, having to be responsible for their own buildings, basically.
Okay.
And we certainly appreciate the effort of trying to get more resources to us, and would strongly encourage if we could help in any way make that happen. We certainly would be there as partners with you. And as board president of our subdivision, I understand the importance of how we spend our dollars and how we allocate those dollars and what it does to us as county, as a community. And so we must be very wise in disbursement of that. But there's also some unintended consequences by prolonging some of the maintenance that goes on that really does affect our subdivision. For instance, when the grass gets extremely high, when it's in the past on occasion, when it is mowed, we get a lot of grass clippings that kind of bunch up along with the trash, debris, the litter, and so forth. All of that drains into our sediment pond, our pond that we have within Silverwood, which costs us as homeowners $5,000 to $6,000 minimum to clean that out periodically. So it does add a cost to us in addition to all the taxes that we have to pay. So it has a huge impact, and that's why we do have kind of a vested interest in not only the beautification and making this look nice, but to help us reduce our cost overall. The same way we're looking at how can we work as a partner with you to help reduce the cost, and then maybe extending it an extra week or starting it a little bit later in the season, or doing some creative management to minimize what the cost would be, while at the same time maintaining what we're all trying to achieve.
We appreciate your efforts in working with us.
Thank you.
I think the big question is, they want to know what truly can they expect, good, bad, or ugly, rather than, you know.
Well, I would say if we were to, and doing it on the alternative number 1 tonight, I remembered about the new equipment that we bought. It sounds like if we're freeing up some additional time, that we could try that first before we go into spending additional dollars, but that's up to the board.
I don't know where an additional $48,000 is going to come from.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to go with alternative 1.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The record shows Commissioner Kiefer voted against. Motion carries.
Lay off 3 people to get it down with this thing, so that we don't go back up. So we feed our purpose for hiring that.
Okay. Next item, consideration to approve the comprehensive plan update.
Mr. Shaw's not here. This was tabled.
It's to be tabled.
Ma'am?
It needs to be tabled.
Oh, it needs to be tabled. Can we please table this to October 7th?
I'll entertain such a motion.
Make a motion that we table this item until October 7th.
Second.
Motion and a second to table to October 7th. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Would that be the same for item number 9? I mean, that was 9.
Number 3, at the same time. Number 3.
All right, next item, consideration to approve a request for interest refund of water sewer impact fee.
I believe I need to recuse myself from this item. Is this the one out of South Effingham Foundation?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct.
Got the record, so go.
As the board may recall, several months ago now, November of 2013, we had a request for a refund of the water and sewer impact fees on a piece of property that there was never a building permit issued. And at that particular point in time, the board approved us going ahead and issuing those funds back to that individual and or individuals who may have made those payments with no building permit issued. That was the result of the court ruling that mandates that the county's acceptance of that particular type of prepayment is in violation of the Georgia impact fee law. And as such, we did issue those disbursements. At that particular point in time, the individual requested the interest on that particular payment be made. And as such, we brought that before the board and pulled the documentation that we had and the impact fee ordinance regarding it. As we stated then, the impact fee ordinance itself does not clearly review this particular type of situation. We asked for opinion from the attorney regarding it. I believe that opinion was that it was not due.
I believe that's correct, but Eric issued that
Yes.
opinion. I apologize, I haven't been able to review it before this meeting, but I believe that is correct.
Okay. And in such that that opinion has not changed, again, this individual has requested that those funds be distributed to him for that interest. He, in his statement, also cites an additional clause within the impact fee ordinance. And give me a minute, let me make sure. He cites on page 13 of our impact fee ordinance in section 8.2, the refund shall include a pro rata share of interest actually earned on unused or excess development impact fees collected. However, when you're reading that particular part of the document, the first piece of it shows failure to encumber trust funds or commerce construction. Number 1 reads, any development impact fees paid shall be refunded to the fee payer if A, capacity is available and service is denied, or B, the county has failed to commence construction on systems improvements in accordance with the ordinance, or to encumber funds for such construction within 6 years after the date of such fee. And I'm not sure if Elizabeth or Eric had the opportunity to read those pieces of it, but as staff, the reference in 2 does not seem to necessarily reference or is in reference back to number 1, and none of those particular items comply with this particular instance. So I think we're back to there is a lack of clarity within our ordinance as to when interest is due, and the fact that this particular situation is somewhat different than anything that ordinance anticipated. I don't know if Elizabeth has any.
This fee was paid at a closing as part of the closing, and no time did the county demand payment of this fee.
That's correct.
We took the fee, it was put into an account, and when we were asked for the money back, it was refunded.
That's correct. And let me clarify one point. To my knowledge, the county did not demand these funds, except for there were water and sewer contracts that advocated having these fees paid, and I believe it was on that basis that perhaps this was done at the time to ensure that the fees were paid to the county. But there's, again, ambiguity in those contracts as to whether this had to be done at that particular time.
But I think that would be between the developer and the party involved, in my opinion.
As we see it, it basically was a prepayment, just as we receive other prepayments. We receive prepayments for grants and so forth. It is at the election of the individual as to whether or not they wish to make that prepayment.
And that's the reason that staff recommends that approval of alternative number 1, which is not to refund the interest.
That's correct.
Two. Thank you. Y'all keep me straight. Okay. Any questions? Works good?
All right, then make a motion to approve alternative number 2.
Second. Motion in 2 seconds, so I guess I know how everybody's going to vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So carried. Elizabeth, I have a point.
Yes,
So it's a majority. That's correct, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Consideration to approve the first reading, amend chapter 75, section 1 of the Effingham County ordinances.
The board has recently heard several requests by landowners to be exempt from the required connection provisions of chapter 75, section 1 of the Effingham County ordinance. The extension of water mains is also a topic that needs to be discussed as development begins to come back to Effingham County. Both of these topics are weighty and may require significant discussion and may have significant ramifications to landowners, developers, and the county treasury. Chapter 75, section 1 is written. The ordinance reads that all new single-family homes are required to connect to county water and sewer if reasonably available. And as that is defined in the ordinance, it is if the property line is within 200 feet of an existing water and sewer infrastructure. Staff amended this on page 3 of 4 of your agenda material to say that new single-family residents shall be required to connect to county water, sewer, and reuse unless such services are deemed not available by the Board of Commissioners if such lines are located in the road right-of-way or easement within 200 feet of the nearest connection point on the county's main infrastructure's planned connection. Then services are presumed to be available.
So the structure would need to be within 200 foot of the water line instead of the property.
That's correct.
Connection point.
Connection. I will say that we basically use 200 feet as a litmus test. We would need to, that's completely up to the board's discretion if that needs to be changed or not.
What keeps going on with the state, as far as the state goes by 200 on that, but to the connection point.
The issues coming, the way the issue was brought up was if it was cheaper to put in a well, that's how that came to us. But we don't know how much it costs for a certain number of feet. $200 arbitrary then. Somehow with a large piece of land, that's where the issue comes up.
I would think probably a decent number on a 2-inch line, if you had to run that far, maybe $5 a foot. If it's something smaller, it's gonna be less, but I mean, if you want to just say $5 a foot, if what we're trying to reach is the cost of a well, that's $3,500, that will be 700 feet. So, I think that if that's what the board wants to achieve, is being comparable to the cost to install a well, I think you could go more than 200 feet. Now, I don't know that 1,000 is a decent number, but like Adam said, we kept that because it was the old number. I think what we need to decide is what is fair, what does the board want? Is it just 200 feet? Are we trying to be comparable to the cost of other infrastructure? What's the desire in that?
You kept it 200 feet, but you moved the wordage of where, from taking it from where, from one thing to another thing, so that it would hopefully get you to that goal.
200 feet was what the previous ordinance said, was 200 feet of county.
Okay, so, but you moved, but what was the change? Because you kept 200 feet.
It was
200 feet was just a line, property line.
I was to say, right.
From the property line from a
right. And then the house could have been 10,000 feet from the property line.
And now it's to the house. And now it's to the house.
But the connection.
Correct. What we're trying to clarify now is the physical distances from the connection point, which would be their property line, because we would run a meter to their property line.
And did you feel like that would take care of it, the same answer as far as getting it to the approximate cost of that?
Well, requiring connections is not a bad thing, and it increases our users and provides a stable supply of water and sewer services in a highly responsible manner by utilizing existing facilities. However, forcing connections to a single-family home where the cost to the county may be higher than the revenue generated is not seen feasible.
Right.
That's really where the road comes in. In this case, if it's on the other side of the road, we have to bore under the road. The capital cost recovery fee is shot just in installing the line.
If we're requiring something that costs us more, it's not common sense to make that requirement.
So we felt comfortable using the same 200-foot litmus test as in the previous version, only to say that there is some distance that needs to be determined.
Or the opposite, as you go with what Adam said, and you just exclude single families from that and only make it minor subdivisions or more.
Which would be 2 or more.
Now,
well, one of the things I think he's trying to get to is an understanding of like the thing that we had recently that would have been affected by this. Would this change take care of that issue?
as contemplated, he would not have been required to connect, because he would have been more than 200 feet from the connection point.
And he is closer to the 1,000. And the
Yes.
question for you is do we feel comfortable with 200, or does it need to be slightly larger than 200? All of that is also predicated on what side of the road that the water line's on.
I'm going to make it 200 because that's still.
But if we're taking it to the property line, that's
The cost
it's a cost to the county, but it's not cost. It's not a cost.
The problem is we're just talking about when this is like a single family, we're not going to make that much money off of it in the first place, period, ever, when it gets right down to it. There's not a big deal for us to try to force these people to use anything other than a well unnecessarily because it's just one residence. You know, it's
That's
just
not a
not.
problem, large landowner being forced.
Well, and economically, to piggyback off what Adam said, if we're spending our entire connection fee that we're getting back to provide the service, we're also eating up capacity on our contract with Savannah, which is a finite number that once we take over that tier, we begin to go into another block. So we can take those capital cost recoveries and actually pay it on debt, we're better off, because in a single family subdivision, that connection is already provided for us. It costs us nothing. And the cost of the meter is basically covered in the cost of the meter charged out to the customer.
And as amended, both the major and minor subdivision would still be required to connect when available within 200 feet of the property line. So eventually these areas would be covered as development goes along the route. This scenario also places the Board of Commissioners as the determining body, so these requests would still be required to come to the board for approval or denial. All of this is also predicated on which side of the road the line is.
Now, are you saying you could require it only to a minor or major subdivision?
Both.
Both.
That part,
Required to
That part doesn't change.
Right, just put a same landowner.
There's basically three sets of requirements here. One's a single structure on a single lot, one's a minor subdivision, and one's a major subdivision, and each of those are a little bit different. In that the major subdivision is within 1,000 feet, the minor subdivision is still within the 200 feet. And the difference being the amount of infrastructure that's got to be brought to it. Understand, a minor subdivision is 3 or less lots, 4 or more is a major subdivision.
Another thing that's changed is the one.
Correct.
Yep. And we feel like that's going to cover most of our concerns, is that right?
I would say, The real question is at 200 feet, that's literally of what, basically an acre lot. So I mean, it could be extended. It's all dependent on what you'd like to go to in 200.
Well, in revising the ordinance, we also took out any language having to do with the reasonableness of the connection. So if it came down to it where a single family homeowner was coming before the board asking for a variance,
We could give a variance.
you could give the variance
Does
flat
that
out,
make
doesn't matter, whatever we decide.
Okay, I think we're hoping it's an improvement.
Or you could just strike out the portion having to do with single family.
Or you could just do that entirely.
Either way the board wanted to go, because it's not an extreme money maker. If you look at it from a fiduciary standpoint,
Even if it's 200 feet, you still got the 900 of the.
And nothing prevents a homeowner if they want.
from requesting a service, correct?
There's not, if you struck out the provision, they could still connect if they wanted to, they just wouldn't be required to.
I have no problem not requiring an individual user to have a requirement. I have no problem with that personally. That they can choose to use this if they want to or not, but they're one piece of property individual, period. I wouldn't have, that wouldn't bother me at all. To me, we've taken on a lot of battle unnecessarily. I don't know how you all feel about that. I can go either way.
No, I'm good with that. That really makes it cut and dry.
In that case, on page 3 or 4, we would simply remove that last paragraph of new single-family residences shall be required to connect from there to the end of that paragraph would be removed in its entirety. And then it would simply read new minor subdivisions and major subdivisions would be required.
Homes within, I mean, just how you word that, because
Is that 75.-1?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And so what are you talking about? The last paragraph, only water main extension shall, not the whole paragraph.
Just where it says.
Yeah, my apologies. I have the old draft.
Yeah, y'all,
Okay, before I made a motion, I didn't want to make a motion now.
you have a revised one in your package up there. Yeah, you'll break it up a little.
It was emailed.
It's the one I handed you the other day, Mr. John.
I could safely make a motion that we just remove any requirement on single residential.
Yeah, well, and we still have a lot more conversation to get to, because the revisions also have to do with the extensions of mains and how they're handled. We
Okay.
see if y'all want to tackle that tonight or not, but, and basically the intent here are with the changes, the intent was not changed, but the attorney cleared up some of the language to make it a little more clear. She just mentioned one of the things that was done, the reasonableness was struck.
Yeah, I remember reading that when she said it.
From that, so you all have the new one in your little gray books up there, you can see kind. And what Adam was referred to is incorrect, because he doesn't, it's not the last paragraph anymore, she reorganized it a little bit for us. But again, the idea is to remove the requirement that single structures are required to connect.
Right. So the third paragraph would be removed. New single-family residence shall be required, and the new minor subdivisions and major subdivision requirement will remain.
So are you saying as part of the same conversation the other section is being discussed as well?
It's section,
You can leave it off and just do a first reading on the in your motion.
correct, section 75-1 is connection requirements. It seemed a logical place to put extensions and requirements for the connection, so it would work into that section.
Okay, where's the next section?
Right below that.
The second one?
Starting with residential, commercial, and industrial water main extension requirement. That's the second portion. And if you're ready, we'll go ahead and start.
Just don't see it, 75-1.
It starts, it's in 75-1, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, 5th paragraph, if an existing main must be extended to serve, then that's the section.
Our ordinance is largely silent as to water and sewer main extensions. And staff researched other ordinances from counties and municipalities in Georgia as to how these main extensions are required. The majority of the ordinances reviewed require a minimum line size for an extension, require the extension to extend along the entire property frontage, and the developer pay the upfront cost to run the extension. Staff inserted draft language which requires the developer to pay all initial costs of the main extensions, and that all extensions are required to extend across the entire property frontage. Also, that the extension shall be a minimum of 8-inch or equal size to the existing county main, or be sized to meet the development's needs if larger. And finally, that if the county requires a larger pipe to be installed than is required by these standards, the county could participate in the cost of installing such pipe and the amount of cost difference between installing the pipe needed and the pipe required by the county. staff located a set of water lines specifications that were amended by the board in 2005, which require a 6-inch line to be installed to cover fire flow requirements. This may sound like a simple revision. However, there are many issues that would still need to be addressed, and they include how the county will fund the difference in pipe size.
Well,
With no funding allocated for such currently. We have a development that currently requires a water main line extension, so the county needs to be working on addressing these requests. We've heard too recently. A process for paying the developer to upsize, or the developer paying the county to upsize their pipe. This will need to be formulated into a policy and included into the development manual and subdivision regulations so that it all is copacetic and clear as the 2005 specifications are done.
when I read this last night, I had a couple of suggestions, and we may want to table it and continue working on that section, or we may want to consider making this type of change now, and as we continue to work, because in my opinion, at least this much of a change is an improvement as to where we are, because where we are is just completely unclear to anybody that wants to do anything here. But when you were reading it, I do want to say this. You said the word, the county could participate, but the word is the county shall.
That's right.
And that's a big difference in, so.
I changed it to could as a request from the finance director and our internal.
Okay, because I was going to say shall means we will, and I have written down may, could, may, whichever one. But I think if we change that language that says we could, and then we added, as we do in some of our contracts, if funds are deemed available by the county commissioners at the time and would have to be considered on a case-by-case basis. Because if you read all of that and you say that in it, the way I read it, tells me as a developer, I'm going to have to bear the cost unless the county votes to share the cost with me. And that will be up to them at that time. So I'll understand if I'm looking to buy property, that it's either all on me or the county may decide to do that. But until there's a definite plan, it may or may not. But right now, none of that's addressed. And to me, this is better, doing that is better than not having it at all, until we get to the full clarification part.
There's still another 8 bullet points that we could run through. I think staff has discussed this ad nauseum for the past week, at least it feels like in my office. But we would recommend, I think I feel comfortable speaking for her, but we would recommend a workshop on this item to discuss all the facets of this provision.
And I would agree with Commissioner Jones, as long as we could participate. My concern was getting a shall participate in there, and then we don't know tomorrow 44 developers show up with all the lines that it commits us to some millions of dollars that we don't currently have. As long as it's could, I don't necessarily have a problem with moving forward with those changes, but I do think we need to have a discussion post haste on the other 8 bullet points he has, because a lot of these, in my opinion, have ramifications on how development's going to occur in this county, what the cost of the county will be, understanding that we are in a banned zone, that we can't just do wells. There's certain things that have to happen. We're currently working to improve ISO ratings. We don't want to mess that up on another side because of what we allow.
Well, my thinking was that we have one on our agenda tonight as an example. So if we have a policy that actually says we could do that, then we're there. And we could actually say, you know, as funds are deemed available, and it would be on a case-by-case vote with the Effingham County Commissioners. I mean, that makes it really clear that we're having to figure out those issues.
I think our main concern was when the county is requiring a developer to install a line greater than what the capacity for the development is, we weren't quite sure that the county could legally require them to install a line to accommodate greater capacity than their development.
But we actually would not be requiring that if we say that
we could.
That we're then going to make the contract. If they come before us and actually make the contract agreement that they're willing to do that, then that's different. And this makes up.
Are we going to table this till after workshop?
If you feel it's better to have nothing in place than improvement.
That's what I'm
asking. Or would you like to?
Furthermore, we've discussed the first provision of this, so it would be completely reasonable to have the first reading on the first change to remove the language that single-family homes will connect to water and sewer, and we'll just leave the rest off. Have scheduled a workshop October 7th or the following meeting.
We can just change the language could, you know, we could, if
I would be in
county
favor of
requires
that, yeah.
upsizing, then we could partner with you.
That would
And I think what the attorney's saying is that if we require it, we have to pay for it, basically. We can't legally require a developer to upsize without compensating them for that upsizing. So we just need to make sure that the ordinance is crafted such that we're not requiring that, we're talking about that.
Right, we don't want it to say, and to me, it sounded as like the county could require them to upsize it, mandate that they upsize it, and then could negotiate, but that's not a guarantee that they would pay for it or would contribute to the cost.
Now, if they can request the upsizing, then we talk about it.
What I'm trying to get to is the board wanting to table this in its entirety, or do I have a motion to have this as the first reading?
This is also first reading, so we would have to come back.
And I'm trying to be clear, is it your opinion that we are, if we want to do, we can still have a workshop, we can get this part done, that if we say, if we change it to could, that will take care of the legal.
I don't think changing it to could is going to solve all of the issues. I mean, we could.
With the other wordage about, is there some wordage that we could put in there that would?
I think we probably need to just sit down and talk about it.
I'm going to do a workshop, I'll figure it out.
Okay, well, we got one to vote on in a few minutes. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I will at least make a motion that for item number 1, that we make the change that we discussed where we remove the wording of any requirements for individual residents. Is that all we need on that?
And this is
First reading.
For the first reading.
we could actually just, you can either table it or you can just, we can change things in between the first and second reading.
You could approve the first reading as it is written,
As it is, you don't.
and
need to
direct staff to
make
make the changes
anything right now.
after the workshop.
Okay, I don't want to prove it as it, so somebody else can make that motion if you don't want to accept my motion. How about that? Do you want me to withdraw my motion?
We can make a motion there, I just think for clarity, since it's gonna all be changed anyway, we can just approve it as is and then make the changes and approve the second version.
I would make a motion that we just table it to the workshop on October the 7th. Work it out then. It's a tire.
I'll withdraw my motion.
No,
Did you clear? Do that.
I'll second that.
I have a motion to table this and have a workshop on October 7th.
I'll second.
Which would mean then that it would not go to an agenda for action until the next meeting.
Well, it could be, if you have a workshop before the next meeting, you have it on the agenda.
You do the first reading. Same time we have a workshop.
Is that the wish? I have a motion to table this, have a workshop on October 7th, and then put it on the agenda for consideration on October 7th. I have that motion.
He made it, yeah. I'll second it right on.
And I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going to take, all right, we have planning board presentments. First item, planning board recommends denying an application by East Coast Utility to rezone 32 acres from AR1 to I1, located 109 Pine Street, map number 302, parcel number 17, in the first district.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Shaw is not here, so in his absence, I will attempt to do this. This particular item, the applicant requests to rezone 32 acres from I1 to operate a surface mine. It's located at the end of Pine Street. It has been there for the last 12 years operating. They had a 12-year timeline on that particular agreement, and that is coming to an end very rapidly in the next couple of months. So they were looking on it for a way to continue that operation. Staff advised them that they would need to rezone to an I1 to follow our normal procedures, which was what brings them here. Planning board, both planning board and staff, and Mr. Shaw, have recommended denial of this particular application for the reasons stipulated on the staff report. Any other questions, I'll be ready to entertain them.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here wish to speak for this? Come forward and state your name, please.
My name is Robert Oglesby, and I actually own East Coast Utilities, and I have the mining permit. And we had an agreement that we would have the mine open and haul dirt out of it for 12 years, and over the last 12 years we hadn't, last 6, well I guess from 2006 with the economy not doing as well, we haven't finished the mine, and we was wanting an extension on it. That's about it.
Is there anybody in the audience that wish to speak against this? All right. I got a feeling because of the number of people I see here, there's a lot. Can I see by standing up or raising your hand, who is here and against this? All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have one person speak, tell me all your concerns, and then, whenever that's over, if anybody's got something different to say, then we'll hear that, okay? State your name for the record.
I'm Nina Dasher, and I also have an attorney here with me that he would also make comments. We went before the zoning board, and they also denied this request. The reason I am here to asking you all to have them stop driving dump trucks down Pine Street is they've had more than enough time. They've not been good neighbors at all. They had a list of things that they agreed to that they have not complied with. The only thing that they have done consistently that was on that list is to start at 7 o'clock and end at 5, Monday through Friday. Everything else that was on that list, they have stomped all over. There was not a fence up, and one of our neighbors actually almost came to blows with them before they actually finally put the fence up. The dust has been horrible. The traffic has been horrible. I have submitted to y'all pictures of the dump trucks and the dust. They had oversized trucks coming in. They speed. The only thing that stops them from speeding is if I'm out there taking their picture. Or on one occasion, I was able to get one of those signs that records your speed, and I had that out there one time. We've done everything we can to stop them from speeding and ruining our neighborhood. The roads are in terrible shape, and I'm hoping that y'all have the pictures that I submitted of how bad the road is. My house is 50 feet from the road, and I have cracks in my house. I've submitted pictures of those. In the newest addition that we had done to our house, there's probably 5 or 6 cracks in the carport. There's a few cracks on the older section, and so I know that it's from the rumble and the vibration from the dump trucks and from the way that the digging that they started at the top of the sand hill, the way it eroded down. I know that the area has shifted enough that it caused cracks in my carport. I know this because the house that we had built, the older part of the house, had had time to settle before they started this digging, and that carport is not cracked. But as we were building the new addition is when they were at their most peak of running all day long, truck after truck after truck. They would come in caravans, so it was constant. I do believe they dug into the wetlands. The picture of what they had proposed they were going to dig, the shape of their pond doesn't look anything like that. Somebody had mentioned that there was no water in the pond, but there has been water in that pond. They pumped it out. I've got pictures, in case you doubt my word. I've got pictures of when that pond had a lot of water in it. They started digging on top of a sand hill. And the thing that sticks in my craw the most is when they came to all of the neighbors' houses and asked if we minded if they dug a pond and built 3 nice houses. And everybody said no. Well, we didn't know that he was going to actually do surface mining at the top of a hill and dig and dig and dig. It was our impression after we went to the very first meeting that he was going to dig for 7 years. And then we got word that there was another meeting and 5 years had been added. Now, nobody seems to have a record of this, but several of us that was there at that very beginning, that's the time frames that we remember. They have taken over our community, and 4 of our best families actually moved out of our neighborhood because of the dump trucks. They've stolen our neighborhood. It's not a real good place to live anymore. And we want our neighborhood back. We've had plans for our granddaughter to live there for the rest of her life. And if they don't soon stop, then it's not going to be a fit place for her to live. We also are worried about what they will do in the future. Mr. Oglesby even told me he doesn't want that area rezoned industrial. He didn't say why, probably more taxes. The people on Pine Street collectively are worth in property over $3 million. We're the voters on Pine Street. Mr. Oglesby doesn't live in Effingham County. He doesn't vote in Effingham. Their original contract was that they were to dig 25.9 acres. They were supposed to leave a 100-foot buffer, but they dug very close to Miss Moore's property. It was either about 30 feet away. They dug, and it was no accident. They dug it so they could sell the sand and gain a profit. And then they hauled back in gumbo from Pooler. And it smells. And so that was more trucks coming in and out. And I feel sure he got paid for that. So they're making money every trip they make, in and out. They were not supposed to haul anything in. And if he had actually planned to dig a pond in the 12 acres, he would have already started reclaiming and making the banks like he's required to do. They never planned to quit. And they have 180 acres, which I'm sure you all know. And we're worried about what else he's going to do back there. The dump trucks were supposed to go 15 miles an hour. They don't do that unless I'm standing out there with my cell phone. They were supposed to use electric pumps, but they didn't start out with electric pumps. We had to complain. Page number 3 of the agreement was withheld from me until recently. I didn't know exactly what page number 3 was going to say, but it says that they're to assume the risk of any and all claims for damages which exist as of the date of this settlement agreement, and which the parties do not know or suspect to exist, whether through ignorance, oversight, error, negligence, or otherwise, and which, if known, would materially affect the parties' decision to enter into this settlement agreement. I have damages. The road has damages. Mr. Oglesby can use his property for as AR1 and be a good neighbor. So we're not denying him use of his property. Not once has Mr. Oglesby or Mr. Tootin come and talked to any of the neighbors and had any compassion for what we've been living through for all these years. I've got pictures here of the pond full of water. I'll give those to y'all. They are actually in the flood zone.
They were in the book.
Okay. It's actually, his entire pond, if you want to call it that, is in the actual flood zone. And on this colored map here, you can see how when the flood comes up, as it will, it's going to flood right into his pond. I guess that's how he figures he'll get fish in there. Like I said, the property owners on Pine Street, there's 100 people that live on Pine Street. And when I added up all the property values, it's over $3 million. We pay taxes, a lot more taxes than Mr. Oglesby pays. The road's in horrible condition, but Mr. Oglesby refuses to take any responsibility for it. He told me his trucks didn't do that. He knows that they did. I'm sure there's some other comments to be made, but I'm here begging you to give us back our neighborhood.
Before you speak, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
And this is to everyone here that's in opposition. The planning board has stated that they are against rezoning the property to I-1. I can't speak for this commission until a vote, but I'm against rezoning it to I-1. I won't. So far, from what I've looked at, I am for giving them time to go in and finish this project. So all I'm doing is telling you how I feel to see if that changes anybody's opinion if the property is not rezoned. Because if I was living there, I would have a problem with it getting rezoned as well.
In all the phone calls that I've taken, that's been the biggest concern, is why is it being rezoned to industrial? And that's just what our ordinance reads now. We've actually had some conversation with Tulsa, actually creating another zoning for mining, but currently the only thing that a surface mine can be in is an industrial zone. But that's most of the calls that I've entertained is the concern with that. But what could happen, what else could happen in that zone?
Go ahead.
Evening, I appreciate y'all letting us speak. Noble Boykin, and I've been hired by Ms. Dash and some of the neighbors to come up and speak in regard to this rezoning application. What's before you obviously is a rezoning application, because according to the ordinances of Effingham County, in order to have a surface mine that way, it has to be zoned IL in order to comply with the rules. As you know, as you said, that this would be a concern in regard to rezoning this industrial in this location if you live there. If you know about Pine Street, it goes from Highway 80 straight on back there. There's houses all along it. I mean, it is a heavily residential neighborhood. I'm sure you've seen the plat, but this X is the mine that backs up here to the Geechee River. And there's just, you know, scores and scores and scores of houses around it. Now this Pine Street, as I say, is a straight road in and out to Highway 80, and that's how the trucks go in and out that one way. Part of it, even by the mine, it necessarily doesn't even appear to be a county road. It appears to be either an easement or just kept up right away, but doesn't appear to be a county road. This is a narrow road too through there. If you were going to have even a subdivision for houses under the current ordinances of Effingham County, because of safety concerns, you have to have a 60-foot right-of-way. This is a 40-foot right-of-way back to where they want to have industrial, and 10 feet of that is part of an easement with a pole, so it's really just effectively a 30-foot right-of-way. So even if you wanted to put a subdivision it wouldn't be wide enough road. Now, those trucks up and down, and it doesn't take much foresight to see that it could potentially be a dangerous situation back there with people coming in and out. I've talked to a number of the neighbors, and including Ms. Dasher, and a lot of them have kids and grandkids, and they're afraid to let the kids out in front. Most of them moved out to Effingham County to get away from places where, you know, some kids can get out and play and be country kids, and they have to keep them in the yard because of worried about these trucks up and down. That's not necessarily the fault of the trucks, but it's the problem with the use back there, which is incompatible with this residential neighborhood. This is owned residential and agricultural. Now, this thing started from my little bit of research back a little more than 12 years ago, where there was an application by the same group to the Planning and Zoning Board and then to the Board of Commissioners to put a surface mine there, and it was denied by this commission. Of course, the different folks on the commission. And it was denied, it was recommended denied by the Planning Board back then. At that point, the owners of it either threatened or filed suit against the county and said, if you don't want to go along with us, we're just going to sue y'all. And we're going to try to get a court to make you let us have that. And so there was a settlement between the county and them. This wasn't some court decree. This was a settlement. This was an agreement where they signed their name on a dotted line and said, we are satisfied and we'll drop our lawsuit. We're satisfied if you give us 12 years for mine. And we can do all we need 12 years. They agreed to that. They negotiated it. Now, the end of the 12 years has come, and they say, you know, we really don't, 12 years really wasn't enough. We want some more time. Well, I can see why the county did it. The county commission did it, you know, agreed to that. They didn't approve it, but they agreed to that 12 years at the point of a stick, basically, a lawsuit. And they did it to save probably, you know, money, litigation costs and all that. But the ones who really borne the weight of that, the cost of that, are people on Pine Street. People whose property values have been somewhat diminished. You know, you can imagine trying to sell a house and say, well, what's all this trucks going on? Don't worry about that. That's just another 12 years of trucks going over there. In and out on that narrow road. They got sand up and down the road. Someplace you can't even see is a paved road. They were supposed to water the road, haven't done it. They were supposed to fence it back there, as you heard from Ms. Dash, they haven't done it. Supposed to have 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, haven't done it. They're supposed to stay 100 feet away from the property line, didn't do it. And in fact, what they did, they dug up 60 feet, and then when they got stopped on it, then they were supposed to put the dirt back instead of putting sand back. And of course, they got sand, it's a sand mine. They got dirt. Instead of putting that back, they took Pooler Gumbo, which you have to pay people to take, and put it back. Now, the problem with Pooler Gumbo is you say, well, that's dirt. Well, that is organic kind of dirt. That's the kind of dirt you have to pay to go to a dry landfill with, because it's got all this rotten matter in it. It smells. It's got methane gas when it all rots. You're supposed to take that to a landfill. You're not supposed to take it and put it in a neighborhood or just on the ground without a permit. So they took that mining permit, which you had, and then turned it into a fill without a license. So this is what these folks have been dealing with. And they went, you know, and they didn't complain after the county did it, but they've had it for 12 years. And everybody agreed to 12 years. And if they needed 14 years, they should have asked for 14 years. But they didn't, and they signed it. And now they want to come back and say, oh, we didn't, just forget about all that litigation stuff. Just please give us another 2 years. Well, you agreed to 12 years. Now, on top of that, as I say, they violated the agreement up and down, and you'd almost have to have somebody out there monitored all the time for the county to make sure they're not speeding or anything else across that narrow road. And if somebody gets killed out there, you know, on that county road with an industrial application where basically spot zoning in a neighborhood or a child gets run over, you know who's going to be at the south end of the lawsuit. It's going to be the county. Also, these folks have a property right out there, vested property right too, to have their property values protected by this county. They've put up with it 12 years. Nobody on this commission has. Nobody else in the whole county has, but they did it, and it saved the county money, and it's finished. They want it done. Second of all, this land hadn't been subdivided. They only asked him to rezone 32 acres out of 180 acres. Which 32 acres is it? I mean, does it change every time they get a hi-ho out there and change where they're digging? Does it just go everywhere they're digging? It hadn't been rezoned, it hadn't been subdivided as it's supposed to under the county regulations. Second of all, is I read county regulations. When you have an industrial use, if you, under 5.11.2, all proposed industrial uses not listed above, and this one isn't listed, are subject to review and approval by the planning board and board of commissioners in accordance with the following procedures. 1, submission of plans. Ain't many submission need plans. And one of the plans they're supposed to submit is to figure out whether or not it's in jurisdiction on wetlands. It is. It's back there by the Geechee River. And there's been no delineation, so you can't have a plan without delineation. And we don't even know what 32 acres it is at this point, because then you're going to have one of these. I used to be on the Bryan County Planning and Zoning Board, and back in the day, they used to do that in Bryan County. They would just zone a piece of property 5 acres and not say where on the 5 acres it was zoned. And so you had all these fights between neighbors on whether or not it was zoned this way and zoned that way, and you had split zoning. And so finally, they start following the rule where you had to subdivide it, and so you know where that part is. They haven't done that. They're also supposed to, according to the rules, according to the laws here, ordinances here, they're supposed to have, for excavation mining of fields and land, is supposed to be subject to review and approval of the Effingham County Planning Board, and they're supposed to have, again, they're supposed to stay out of wetlands, and it's supposed to be delineated with their plans so that you can tell where it is. And then they're supposed to have an application and checklist that must be complete and submitted with all the required information. They ain't even said what 32 acres out of the 180. They haven't said anything about the neighbors. When you look at the application, it just says, this is the application, it's 2 pages with an attachment. And it says, what do you want to zone it for? I1, industrial. What's it zoned now? AR1. What do you want to do on it? Mine dirt and recreation use. Lot characteristics, 180 acres at the end of Pine Street. The application is for 32 acres. Describe the current use of the property, mine and dirt. Does it have a reasonable economic use as it's currently zoned? Yeah, they admitted that. Describe the use you propose to make of it. Mine and dirt. Describe all other property in the vicinity of the property that we should be, describe the uses of the other property in the vicinity of the property. In other words, what's around it? Mine and the dirt. Well, I don't know any other dirt mines around it. It's all residential around it. 5, describe how your rezoning proposal will allow uses suitable in view of the uses and development of adjacent property nearby. The uses of the property will not affect any adjacent or nearby property. And you're supposed to have a complete application. So we would submit, I would submit on behalf of those residents, that a rezoning of this would be a violation of the ordinances, which would allow them to, assert a taking of property in violation of the ordinances of the county. On top of that, it would constitute spot zoning. And if you say we just want to allow them to keep using this and not rezone it, that's a violation of the ordinances as well. I mean, I realize everybody's trying to do the right thing, and I'm not saying don't do the right thing. But 12 years, they agreed to it. They're big boys. They knew what they were doing. They had lawyers. They backed the county in the corner. Folks on Pine Street went along. They almost paid the price. They said 12 years. For once, let somebody have to accept responsibility for what they've agreed to. They said 12 years. They got 12 years. And we just say, if they've had enough time, we would ask you to deny this application for rezoning. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you a question. Based on the lines of something Senator Kessler mentioned, if we were to deny the rezoning, but were to give them any additional time to continue the project at all, do you see any benefit? can there be a benefit to them being able to, if it just stops now, it is what it is, exactly like it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a benefit to them finishing the project in a way where the place is sloped and so that it's a better situation out there, period? Could there be a benefit in that way that you would see?
Not really, because, and I'll tell you why, I appreciate that question, because you can say, well, if they just stop it now, they stop it now, that's, just be a whole around. But their application is continuing to mine dirt. They're supposed to comply with surface mining rules under the application for 12 years. They haven't done that. Those slopes are supposed to be, they're not just supposed to leave those slopes. Those slopes are supposed to be in place so if somebody falls in, they can get out. It's not supposed to be a cliff. Well, there is a cliff. And it's
Isn't that supposed to be done at the conclusion of the project?
It is certainly supposed to be left that way, but they're supposed to be sloped generally during the process as well, because the process is, you got excavators, you got everything else out there, except exactly where they're working. But in any event, I don't know of a way. Of course, they've got another month. They can do a lot of sloping in a month.
Well, the one thing I was concerned about was, are you almost leading a dangerous situation if you just stop?
I think they can fix, I think the county can certainly require them to fix it. They've had 12 years. They're supposed to comply with the surface mining permit. And for them to come in and say, we need another 2 years so we can make it safe, when they didn't make it safe for 12 years, and they knew there had to be in and up, for them to say, we're just going to leave it this way, now they got to give us some more time to make it safe because we didn't comply, because we're not sloping it now at the end of this, is really just, disingenuous, I think, on their part to say that. They got another month. They can do it all they want to in a month.
There is a state mining permit that's been issued. Has there ever been a violation by the state, Mr. Oakley?
Not that I'm aware of. And also the part of the wetlands, the Corps of Engineers was out there last week and they found nothing wrong.
No, I got that letter as well.
I mean, that's just what they inspected it and they said there was nothing wrong. If there's something wrong, we're not aware of it.
Well, there's got to be a delineation. I mean, the Corps generally won't do a delineation for you. People are in the business of doing delineations. It costs you $20,000, $30,000 for delineation done. Now, I've never yet seen the Corps of Engineers come out and delineate it for you.
Yeah.
And they can say, well, but in any event, and I don't know how it would be allowed to continue in violation of the county's own zoning ordinances. It's got to be zoned industrial to continue it. And to zone that industrial then allows anything in the world out there. On a 40-foot road, as I say, I think the county not following its own ordinances. I mean, all I can do is tell you, not following its own ordinances. If something happens out there, then it's going to be, I think, on the county's doorstep.
Well, definitely not. I don't mind saying, I think I'm in favor of a rezoning. And unfortunately, we're stuck with a problem of we're inheriting an existing problem and figure out the best solution to it.
I believe that the county could resolve it by just saying that requiring them, of course, they got that court order. Got that court order they signed. And that said for 12 years, they're supposed to get it in compliance at the end of the 12 years. So it's safe. And all you got to do is say, look, y'all get this safe at the end of the 12 years and in compliance with the rules and regulations for surface mines, then we're going to take you to court here and contempt the court and ask the court to step in and make them do it.
That was an easy thing to do, but again, I agree I feel this is a property rights issue.
Well,
I think it's fortunate that he's still in business, that he can even finish this mine up.
Well,
if we just shut him down now, of course, that's going to impact his business, and I don't know how many people's jobs.
Well, they agreed to 12 years. You're not shutting down. It's just expired. What they agreed to just expired. And I tell you, all these folks who live out there and pay taxes out there. I think I looked at the tax bill. I think the valuation of that mine's like $150,000. They probably pulled $1 million worth of dirt out of there. And even Ms. Dasher's house is $170,000. There's a lot of folks out there property rights. And it's being impacted. Now, if this were in Silverwood, I don't think there'd be a question about that.
After you got something else you want to come up to the microphone. And I have a question. You mentioned that people have left and sold their homes and moved because of this. Is that correct?
There has been 4 families that moved.
Has anyone bought their houses?
They did, but one of them did not know. In fact, 2 of them did not know about the dump trucks.
I did not know.
And one of them sold it to a friend that had planned for years and years to buy their home when they decided to move. I'm trying to think who the other one was.
What else did you have?
I've talked with the EPA, and from what I understood them to say, they've only inspected one time. Nobody has been monitoring this. The county has made it clear that they don't inspect. If it wasn't for the residents, we would not have any idea what's going on back there. I don't know much about mining and bulldozers, but I've seen it enough to know that if they can finish off the banks of it as best they can to make it a little better than it is without bringing out any more dirt down Pine Street, they can dump it somewhere else on their own property. They can shove it over, they can rearrange it. They just don't need to bring it out of Pine Street and make any more money at our expense.
All right. Anybody else got anything new to add? This is your chance. All right, there's a lot now. We're going to limit this thing to about 2 minutes.
My name is Todd West. I've been living out there for about 24 years now.
24?
Yes, sir. And I've seen the amount of equipment they have. They've taken back their capabilities. I believe they have, in this 6 months, we'll give them plenty of time to get those slopes the way they need it. That they don't need any more time to do what they need to do.
Okay.
That's all I say.
We've heard that. He said 6 months, but you don't want to see them hauling any more dirt at you.
No, I don't think they should be hauling any more dirt out. They can go do what they need to do in the 6 months. We got it.
State your name for the record.
Jim Fountain. I'm negotiating with a realtor right now, not too far, actually Pine Street. It would be the access to a property we're looking at purchasing around the corner. And I kind of agree with the rest of them. The road's not wide enough, and I'm sure there's a weight limit on that road as far as dump trucks coming in and out. And it just, the road is terrible. And you know, if I got to fight trucks coming in and out, that's not really, Pine Street is not really a visible street coming out on Highway 80 right there anyway. And you got dump trucks trying to come in and out of there. I think all it's going to do is make that intersection worse. And I'm just not willing, if they're going to continue to come in and out of there, then, I'll just look in other parts of the county or just move to another, look at another county altogether. I just don't think that that's feasible in that area for them to come down that road. And I'm not going to purchase property if they're going to continue to come through there mining that dirt.
Gotcha.
My name is Atha Richard. My property joins the Moores and the Dasher property. My question is, if this is extended for 2 years, what is to stop them from coming back in 2 years and asking for another 2 years?
We would make that in the motion that this will be the final extension.
But they've already agreed to something and they're breaking it. So they would not hesitate to break any agreement that's made tonight if they're breaking the contract they've already made with the county. And in effect, that's what they're doing. If they're asking the extension, and they've already agreed with their lawyers, 12 years was what they would dig, they're breaking their contract. Why would they hesitate to break one in 2 years?
The only explanation, Mr. Roseby would have to answer that, and I asked him that specifically, and his answer to me was because of the economy.
Well, we've all suffered from the economy.
Like it did, he would be complete.
But he doesn't mind destroying our property value. He doesn't mind destroying our neighborhood and our property value. So why is his property more valuable than mine?
It's not. It's a right.
I have a right too.
Yes, ma'am.
So whose right's more, the one that's making $1 million or whatever, or us that are retired and dependent on this home that we bought 40 plus years ago to last us our lifetime and to pass on to our children? So that's what we're giving up. Y'all aren't giving up anything. He's not giving up anything so far as his home is concerned. We're talking about homes, not a money-making property. And that's what his is. It's a money-making property at this time as it is. I'm not a lawyer, but this is me, this is my home. I've raised 3 children out there and 4 grandchildren and a great-grandchild I hope one day is living out there. So what y'all decide affects not just this generation or my daughter's, it affects generations down the road. Nana has a handicapped child. I had a handicapped child. I know exactly how she feels because she has planned for years for this child's well-being and future. Because when you have a special child like those are, you make doggone sure they're taken care of.
I have a question to throw out there, and I don't want to start a big thing, so I don't know, but I'm just looking for a solution because obviously we have a room with concerned citizens about ending this issue. And we have property owners that are in the middle of having a business that's been there for years that is in a situation where it's not complete. What I guess I would like to know is, and I don't know how to find a consensus, but is there something that we could do that you feel as a board where if we gave them 1 year to finish or 6 months or 2 years, I don't know, but is there anything that if you as citizens knew this thing is coming to an end for sure, period, this is it, then we can live with that because 12 months from now they're done. Is there anything that you feel like you citizens could agree to with these individuals that would work so that actually that we could go along with so it's something that you've agreed to?
Well, that would be nice if we could trust them.
Well, somehow, some way, we'll still be an office you can trust me.
Here's my thing, and I've made this very clear to Mr. Oglesby because I met with him. I want to use it as a bargaining chip. The problem is this county has no authority over state mining permits. We have none. Even though it's in our county, the state issues it. The state is underfunded, if you ask them, is the reason they only have 1 inspection. We have this problem in other places on mining permits. I would, and I'm in favor.
Maybe Mr. Oglesby would like to come out there and live for the next few years and have to deal with this problem day in and day out in his home. That might change their mind.
I'm in favor. So if we can get an agreement with Mr. Oglesby and we can tie that to his state mining permit to give him some time to go in there and dress this thing up and finish. Nobody knew what the economy was going to do 12 years ago. And I understand a lot of people got hit by the economy. However, it does make me a little bit more amicable to try to work with people to resolve issues that have gotten hit. I've tried to do the numbers as to how many loads it would take to get out of there, to finish this thing, to dress it up. And I think that if we could tie the mining permit to an agreement to get this thing done, not rezone the property. We've been told by legal counsel that we could extend this time period without having to rezone it. I think it would not make everybody happy, but it would give us a definitive time period that we could tie to the permit itself to have some checks to get this thing worked out to where it's not just left out there. Mr. Oglesby says he's amicable to whatever.
And I don't mind saying from my own vote, if we come up with something reasonable, you can hold me accountable to the time frame that I agree to, that if they come back, I'll hold to that time frame.
My name is James Scott, and I've been living in Eden for 68 years. The Pine Street that y'all are talking about, my father donated that street. It was supposed to have been a 68-foot street. I remember that. Don't know why it ain't a 68-foot street, but it's a 68 foot. It ain't, or a 60-foot street. Now, when it gets back to where Mr. Bobby's going on his property, it narrows down back there by Miss Dash's place. I understand that, but he had an easement through there to go it. So I see no problem with him doing what he's got to do. And I see no problem in him doing what he's doing. I see a problem in telling a man what he can do with his property and not do with his property. I understand these people here that are arguing that their land values are going down. Well, I got some news for you. I had a pond dug on my place right on Highway 80. It was a 2-acre pond. We had an amount of time to dig. The county didn't give me an amount of time, but we dug it. Nobody's property went down in value, and it was 3 years in the process of digging it. Nobody's property went down in value. The man come back and fixed it. And I'm assuring you that Mr. Bobby will come back and fix this thing. He will slope them sides to where y'all want them. He will plant grass on them sides. And as far as an easement on encroaching on somebody else's land, no sir, he's not even nowhere near somebody else's land. And I know y'all, some of y'all have been back there and seen it. And Mr. Bobby's doing a good job back there. And I feel for Miss Nina, I know how she is. I stopped and talked to her. And I know her and her daughter and everybody real fine. I've been knowing them, they've used to go to our church. I know them real good. I know that they have a big backyard that they could take the little girl back there to ride on. There's no need pushing her in the street. That's putting her in danger. But in any other, I've seen kids come out there on go-karts before, riding in the street. Well, that's not Mr. Bobby's fault. That's parents' fault. That's parents for not parenting. And I'm saying if the parents do what they're supposed to do, Bobby's going to do what he's got to do. And I know, I've been knowing Bobby for quite a while. And I'm not just talking just for him, I'm talking for every one of them. I think the man's going to do a good job if y'all will let him get in there and do the good job. And as far as I'm concerned, the man should be able to dig a long time because he's got a lot of place back there. That area that he's digging is nothing no more than what all the other plants along Sand Hill Road is digging out of. Every one of them is on that same sand ridge, and they're digging out of it. It's no good for nothing else. The ones on 204 on the same sand ridge. It runs from somewhere up in upper counties in Georgia. Y'all know where it is. It runs all the way through. So I haven't got to run. I just wanted to put my word in. I mean, I'm not living on the area. I live right around the corner from it. But I know that Mr. Bobby will do what y'all want him to do. Thank you.
All right, anybody else want to say anything different than what we've already heard? Different.
Hi, my name is Emily Markestein. I'm the Executive Director and Riverkeeper for Ogeechee Riverkeeper. In response to Commissioner Jones's question about putting the area back in place, I just did a quick search on EPD's website about surface mining, and I don't have Mr. Oglesby's plan with or permit with EPD, so I don't know what any of those stipulations are or what the time frame is on his permit with the state. But under the rules and regulations for surface mining for the final acceptable reclamation, it says that following the removal or disposal of all structures, equipment, stockpiles, mining refuse, and all other materials associated with surface mining, the affected land will be reclaimed in accordance with the provision of the mining operator's approved mining land use plan, which is probably what needs to be looked at to see the time frame that the state has given him on his mining permit, as well as the plan for the reclamation of the area. It goes on to say all lands except those specifically exempted by the division in the operator's approved mining land use plan will have a neat, clean appearance and contain a high quality permanent vegetative cover. And that's just something that I pulled up real quick because I don't have the documents with me, but it might be something to look at as you debate this issue of closing it out.
And I studied the package pretty thoroughly last night, but was the state permit in our package?
No.
No,
The permit number is in there, but we don't have a copy of the actual permit out.
Do we know what the date is on that, like how long it's good for?
I'm not aware that they put timelines on the state, that they're renewed annually. There's an annual renewal that comes from the operator. My knowledge, a fixed timeline is on.
Yeah, I'm afraid I haven't looked into that either, but that's what I would think.
Something I'd like to hear, I'd like to hear from Mr. Oglesby as far as what you've heard the comments from the citizens. Is there anything that you can say that you feel like would calm some concerns, and then additionally, what is a minimum amount of time that you feel like you could?
When I agreed to the 12 years, I mean, that's my livelihood. And I really thought with what we had permitted that would be gone. I didn't even think it'd take 12 years. But, I mean, we went from hauling a big amount of dirt out of there per day and to hauling there several days we don't haul. And they know that as well as anybody else that lives there. I'm not here to harm nobody, but this is the way I make my living, and you know, I'm just asking for an extension. I'm not in favor of the rezoning. I don't want to do nothing else with the pit. When I get through with the dirt pit, by state law of the mining permit, it's bonded. The pit's bonded, and it's got to be, the slopes has got to be there. But you're supposed to do it from the top water level down 3-to-1 to the water level. So once it fills up with water, you slope your banks down. But you know, the road, as far as the road coming apart, anybody that's seen the ash on any of these roads, and I went down 2 yesterday, which was both sides of low ground road. I think the county's redoing them. That's ash under that road. That's the problem with it. I mean, you know, I can't say whether we enhanced it, falling apart quicker, or we didn't.
You know it did.
But
it's not like that.
But what is the minimum extension that you feel like?
How many years?
Now that you've been doing it 12 years and you are where you are, you should be in a better position to tell.
You know, that would be real hard for me to put a time limit on. All I can do is tell y'all and everybody in here, if I can find another piece of property and be mining on it and I can finish this within a year, I'll move and they'll never see me in there again other than what I'm doing on my property. But I would like to say I've got 200 acres back there. It's not 180, it's 202. That's what's on the deed. And as far as me working back there on my property, even if I'm not mining, I don't think that's got nothing to do with this discussion. I mean, if y'all tell me no today, and I still want to take a bulldozer back there and clean up my land, I mean, I can't see no problem with that. You know, but I can't answer your question, I mean, honestly.
Well,
2 years.
Come up with a solution, so you're in the...
I mean, I'm asking for you an extension. If you're asking me, I would like to have a minimum of 2 years, if that's the answer you want to hear. You know, I'll take what you give me, but I mean, I would like to have 2 years at least.
Well, I just did want to have an understanding what your estimate was on what you felt like you needed to do a good, reasonable job, that if we voted, we'd be guaranteeing these people that that's it. So that's, I wanted to understand that.
Yeah, you won't see me back up here on this subject anymore. I mean, that's all I can tell you.
Darren, let me ask him what exactly he needs to do, besides hauling dirt out.
What do I need to do? I'm making a living, man.
I'm talking about what do you need to do the banks?
Well, the banks has got to be slow.
Yeah, but that don't mean bringing dirt out.
He understands, I know he knows the requirement, I know he knows the requirements on that.
Am I right?
But you know, it's been stated that I'm digging in wetlands. I mean, apparently I'm not. The Corps came out there last week. They walked around the pit. They sent emails out, said what the pit looked like, and that I wasn't digging in no wetlands. So I mean, you sit there and say that I've done this and done that, but I mean, until you prove it, it's, you know.
Look at the map.
Well, I think our goal is just to try to help bring closure to an issue that's a concern for the citizens. and not do unnecessary harm or leave an unnecessary situation even more dangerous than we have to. So we're just looking for the best solution possible.
I'm in favor of extending, but I need a time frame. If you say 2 years, that's going to be the motion. If you need 3, you need to say it now. Whatever that is, that will be final extension.
Why would it take 2 years to make
Well, I would say a minimum of 2 years, you know, and I'll agree with that.
That would be finished, so you can release your statement.
Yes.
Perfect.
And the one thing I'll say to the citizens about that is, while that's not probably what you wanted, to me, knowing for certain that you're getting the resolution, you're getting there. And I can tell you from my vote, if I vote that way tonight, that'll be it. You'll have that commitment from me, and you can hold me to it.
Can somebody please tell me why he needs to bring more dirt out in order to slope the banks?
He needs it for revenue.
For revenue?
Ms. Dasher, you got something else to say? But
we're attempting to be fair to all parties.
We're not going to be talking. And I can answer that. I mean, shoot, I'm a businessman. I understand he's got an investment in running power back there that, from what I've been told by someone else, he allowed somebody else to use. He's got an investment in electric pump. And the economy just did not allow him to recoup that. So all I'm asking is, if you were in his position, honestly, would you not want the opportunity to do the same?
Well, I'm not money hungry. And if I knew I had 2 years to finish a job, then I think I would have finished the job in 2 years. Because he said he was building a pond. Well, he's had more than enough time to put banks around that area where he's dug.
Okay.
He has had time to fix a pond without bringing out any more dirt. Like he said, he can get a bulldozer and move that dirt around. He's got a big old high bank on one side, probably just 60 feet high. Well, he can just push that on over. He don't need to bring it out. He's ruined Pine Street. Redbud is not tore up like Pine Street is, and it's got the same surface under it. I know y'all are all about business. I'm all about my investment in my home that he's ruining.
Okay.
I know y'all heard probably all you want to hear about. I mean, there's one thing I wanted to address that may have some import with the council, for the commission. Ms. Markenstein brought up about the permit, and the chair brought up about the mining permit. You know, a mining permit, they can give permission on a mining permit to mine. Obviously, this commission, regardless of whether or not it's rezoned, they got to have both in order to mine. They can't mine in the middle of Springfield if it's not zoned for it, even with a mining permit. But in regard to this mining permit, Effingham County's own ordinances under industrial use, under excavations, under 3.17.31, application and checklist for excavation, mining, and filling of land in Effingham County. Number 2, excavation activities that have greater than 1 acre of disturbed land must obtain and submit to the planning board for review a copy of the approved state mining permit.
What's the date of that ordinance, sir?
It's off the current website as of last week.
It was not in place, I don't think, at the time this was done.
But I'm talking about now. They're applying now.
And zoning, I would agree with you.
Yes, sir. And but I'm just not quite sure. And of course, they all have counsel, but I'm not quite sure exactly how this can be extended to do an illegal act beyond what that court order said, if there's not any zoning in place for it. You know, if a court came in and approved a modification of that order, you know, possibly, but I don't think the court would have jurisdiction to do it. I don't believe this is just a private agreement at that point, and a private agreement violating the law is a violation of the law. These folks got property rights out there too, and I believe when a county doesn't follow its own ordinances, I respectfully submit and allow somebody to do something, even though they're nice folks and even though they got problems, then it opens the county up to liability of a taking of property, of their property rights, and they have those too.
So
And obviously,
I'll let the county attorney to respond to that then, because it's been my understanding that
You can extend a settlement agreement, but without rezoning the land? Are you stating that on the record?
Well, the county can deny the rezoning and enter into a settlement agreement to extend the time necessary.
It'd have to be something to settle. There's no court case pending. How you settle a non-court case?
It was, there was a court case filed at the time of the settlement.
I know, but this is a new settlement agreement apparently because you're extending the old one.
We'll be extending the agreement that's already in place.
And I will also submit, if this state on the record tonight, that most of this has already been discussed. And I understand under the sunshine laws, none of it is supposed to be discussed except in an open meeting, which I think is a violation of the law as well. And I'll just state that in my place.
Are you saying we're not allowed, we should never ask for an attorney's opinion prior to a county?
Oh, no. I'm just talking about you shouldn't talk to the applicant about it and talk about what he needed outside the parameters of, I mean, that's just a state law, you know, that you can't discuss public business outside the public forum.
I understand about sunshine law, but like, if they come to a zoning meeting, we can't ask them questions as to what they need.
Sure, but some of the discussion that came up said it's already been discussed and we've already talked about it and they're not going to do X, Y, and Z, and that's all I'm saying.
I'm telling you, we're opening public discussion. We're putting it all out here.
I understand. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I know y'all are ready to go, but I'm going to.
Oh, we're going to be here after midnight.
Okay. You listen to all of us then, huh? I'm Peggy Saxon. I live at 311 Pine Street. I believe I sent you an email, Mr. Floyd. I don't know if you received it or not.
I got emails, phone calls.
Okay.
What do you have to say that's different?
Well, I am the one that bought the house that didn't know that they were doing the mining. That was me.
You have a problem with disclosure laws then, because disclosure laws have a form that states that there should be a mining operation.
Well, there wasn't anything like that.
I go back and
Yeah, so my biggest concern still with the river keeper, nobody's addressing the river. I think that it's probably being messed up by Mr. Oglesby with the construction gumbo that was dumped there. I did some research and it's actually supposed to be covered with topsoil within 30 days of being dumped. And also, the soil is supposed to be tested for toxins prior to sending it to that site unless it's a landfill, which it is not. And I don't know if any of that was done. What I would like to ask is if you're going to grant an extension, at least do a compromise and do it for 1 year, not 2 years. 2 years is a long time. I don't see why you can't compromise to 1 year.
We were actually asked for 5, so two would be a compromise.
Well, not for us.
Okay.
Y'all mentioned 2 years. 1 year, I mean, he's already known it's been coming up all this time, so he should have been getting ready. 1 year should be sufficient, in my opinion.
Let me give you one more thing.
Is there something, we're going to bring this to a close.
One more thing. You're talking about the river, long ways before the river will get to that place. Now, I'm going to tell you, I know the land, I've been there all my life. The river will not get there. Look at y'all's pond. Wait a minute. Hush. Listen at the pond that y'all just bought. Look at it and what's happened to it now. How it is flooded over here on Sand Hill Road. But Bobby's will never flood.
It floods not just never has. It just never has. I guarantee you.
You got something different?
Let me just tell him, I just want to tell Jimmy Scott that the pedestrians have the right of way on the roads, and I push my child up and down the road because it's a hard surface. It's hard pushing it on grass and on sand. And so if he has, I don't take her out there and put her in danger. I have to wait until they're gone.
I try not to take up much of your time. My name's Cordell Woods. My property joins Bobby and Donnie's property. I have lived there for 43 years. And for what Mr. Scott just told you about the river, he's wrong. I seen the river come in that hole this year and fill it completely full. I lived there, I saw it. Bobby pumps it out. That's all he can do, just pump it out. Before it's giving him time to finish what he's got to do, I'm not against that. But I'm gonna tell you, for 12 years, I put up with that dust, that noise, smelling that burnt diesel fuel, the stink of that mud that he hauled in there. And there's no lie about that. Mr. Scott, he dug a 2-acre pond true on his land. His brother used to be on the planning board right there with y'all. His name's Butch. Butch told me that he got so tired of his brother digging that dirt, he didn't know what to do, hauling it out by his house. So Mr. Scott's just talking, that's all.
Yeah, he's just talking.
But that's all I gotta say.
All right, one at a time. We're gonna do this in order.
My name is Bonnie Meeks McIver. I spoke at the last meeting. I just want you to understand one thing: credibility. When you go in a court of law, they look at your credibility. When you make one lie, you make 2 lies, you make 3 lies. You go ahead and give him 2 years and see if he don't still try to take the 5. We've given him what we've already had, and the lawyer told you every law that he's broke. I too lived there for over 20 years, have seen the river come up that high. I too have seen that gumbo hauled in there. Breaking the law, you break the law, you lie. It's called credibility. Go ahead and extend him some more credibility and see what happens.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you already had you got something to change?
One more quick thing.
We can do this all night.
If I was to purchase this property that I'm looking at in this area, I understand Mr. Ogilvy's point about the ash on the road. If he's granted this extension and I purchase this property, is my property tax going to go to maintain and fix that road, or is he going to do it during his extension period? Thank you.
Is there any question from any commissioner that you wish to ask of him? It would be nice if it wasn't there at all, but it is. So we have to try and figure out what the best way to remedy it. I don't mind telling you, like I told you before, I am not for rezoning it, because rezoning it would open up a whole different can of worms. Mr. Boykin points out the fact that he doesn't think we can allow this to keep open without rezoning it. So it's also much like he's trying to make an argument to ask us to rezone it. And that's not my wishes. I don't think that's yours. Now, if we do nothing, then we're sitting there possibly with another court, something that may prolong this one other direction, may get longer. If we rezone it, I got a feeling Mr. Boykin's going to be filing some type of action. That's just my guess. You don't have to take a stand on it. And that's not my wish either. So it's one of those things, you hear. Now, I can't tell you how this board's going to vote, but I can tell you it's a dilemma, and because of, personally, I would like to grant Mr. Oglesby a 2-year extension and tie it to his permit, if in some way we can do that legally, to hold him to time frames to where we can assess his complying with that phase out. I wish the economy wouldn't have done what it did from during this period of time. If we tell him under his mining permit that he's got till November, whatever that date is, then he could go out and just hire right by what's there now. He could go out and hire a bunch of people and put hundreds of trucks on that road every day, hauling material out, buy what's in place. But I don't think any resident here wants to see hundreds of trucks hauling material out.
If it stops in November, I'm for it.
So it's a dilemma here. But I've told y'all how I feel. I don't get a vote in this unless there's a tie. But
Could be.
could be. But that's
I vote
where
for
I'm at.
one year extension of it. Not over. Not 2 years. If you can't clean it up in a year, then.
Well, if you figure out how many yards of material is there to be hauled out under the permit.
Well, you got 200 acres left.
No. There's only 52.
The pond, the pit is actually only 7 acres.
I got something else
No,
important to say.
ma'am, we're done. If you got something new,
That's something new.
well, tell me what it is.
I had heard that he's out of dirt, that he's out of a certain type of sand.
That could be possible.
And that he'd have to dredge and go a lot deeper to bring anything else out. And I'm worried about my deep well going dry. Well, everybody here is worried about our wells going dry.
That wouldn't affect your well. Just like the river quality, the water that would go out of that pit into the river is probably better quality water than what's in that river now. So.
Well, again, I'm asking, why does he need to bring more dirt out other than financial reasons instead of just finishing the pond and the banks like he's supposed to do? I don't understand why he can't just be required to finish grading the banks without bringing any more out. I need that answer.
I understand. And it's financial to kind of try and recoup part of your cost investment. That's all in the world it is.
Well, I got an estimate of $17,000 from Ramjack to shore up my house. I wonder if he'd like to pay for that.
You can talk to the state, and under their state mining permit, you get it. All right. Forrest, this is your district. I would ask for you to make a motion, sir.
I've talked to many people. The biggest concern was the industrial zoning. I understand those concerns, but I understand that those need to finish. My motion is to deny the rezoning, but to grant a 2-year extension with the current contract or agreement with the understanding that it will be complete in that 2-year period.
Would that motion include trying to tie his state?
Yes, if we're able to do that, if we're able to tie it to a state yes, if we can do that.
All right, would your second also apply?
Yes.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll just add the comment that I do stand by my commitment as far as we talk about somebody who mentioned time and credibility, and my credibility is if it comes back for another vote, I will not approve it. So that's my vote.
Mr. Oglesby, would you come up, please? You understand the vote that was just taken?
Yes, sir.
You have no problems with us contacting the state, having our attorney draw up an agreement that would hold you to these terms?
No, sir.
All right.
And I would just further say, anything that you can do to be a good neighbor as much as possible. If there are additional things that you can do that you haven't done to cut down on dust or anything like that, to show goodwill to these neighbors, I think they appreciate it and we do as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna do everything we can do within our power to hold you to that.
You won't have to.
Don't disappoint me. And I know that that's not making the majority of people happy in this audience. And all I can say is I'm sorry. I'm up for election in 2 years. Vote me out. I'll be done.
I feel we were attempting to be reasonable.
Okay?
Thank you.
I've never seen it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I going to hear from you, Mr. Chairman? I've got service in this week. And you got to do your and this thank you, appreciate your time. Good for we have 3 planning. I think we can all right. Next item. Planning Board recommends approving an application by International Worship Center for a conditional use to open a day school located at 6924 Highway 17, South, map number 354, parcel number 51 in the 1st District.
Pretty sure you just covered it, Mr. Chair.
I think I covered it.
Yes, sir. The application is to, for a conditional use for a daycare. My understanding is it is pre-K, preschool. It's not grade school children. It is a preschool daycare facility.
This is contained within the
Contained within the existing structures, my understanding.
There.
Yes, sir.
Near Fallsville.
Sir?
Near Fallsville on 17.
Yes, sir. That's correct. And there's a number of recommendations of the planning board and staff. Some of them involve around parking. I don't think preschool is dry, so I can't envision there being any parking issue. They will all be dropped off at the facility. Clearly, the facility is used on Sundays. This will not be on Sundays, so there should be adequate parking. Other than that, I believe both staff and planning board recommend approval of this request.
I'm familiar with that facility, and there would not be parking problems.
Anyone here wish to speak for this rezoning?
Good evening. I'm Linda Burke. When I came to talk to the zoning committee, I had asked for a K through 12, an academic, an academy. That's what we wanted to start. But at the time, as of today, we're not able to house the whole school because of finances and different things. So we are going to open with a pre-K and a preschool. And as allotted, we wanted to continue with the classes as we grow. Now, they stipulated or made a suggestion that we come back every year. And I wanted to ask the commissioners about this question. I don't see any purpose of coming back every year to change grade levels as we're financially able to do this.
Yeah, the planning board and the staff recommendations were different. Is there any notes as to why the planning board restricted to preschool and pre-kindergarten only?
I believe it came out of the discussion at the planning board meeting in which the state, just like
if there was a problem, yes.
There was there was not the ability to do through K-12. The school, the church couldn't provide it, so I think that request just got thrown in there.
But the staff did not require it, and there's not necessarily a reason.
No, there's not no reason for number 5 either. That's in there for planning board recommendations.
And also they made a stipulation that we fence the front of the church by the highway. There is no church school that is required to do this. I talked with George Shaw this week. He said it was in his notes he wouldn't be here tonight, but he said there is no stipulation that a church be required to do that.
We have two sets of recommendations given to us, one by the planning board and one by staff. And the one that's by staff did not recommend the fence. The planning board did, so we have a choice that we could go either way.
Okay.
Yes.
So they.
But I hear your point that others have not been required to do that.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And that was all.
The only thing that I can see is that if it enlarges is traffic and, you know, how to deal with that, whether you wind up then with a whole nother school situation and backing up on the highway, but that's a state highway.
Well, I would say if you take staff recommendations, number 1 is any changes to the site requirement, site plan, we'll have to come out through us and we can address those issues.
It's not.
If that's a problem occurs.
School, they only have so much, facility there.
So as written in this recommendation, it will have to be contained within the existing facility. Any changes to that will require your approval.
And that's why I was trying to answer her question. I see no reason to come back on an annual basis, but if the need arises for the new site plan, then it's in the staff recommendation.
Well, that may be years down the road. And at this point, we're only having a half-day school, so there's no problem with the traffic incurring with the school buses in the afternoon or anything of this sort.
Yeah. Any changes to the site is in the staff, right, that they come back then, but only then.
Right.
And there's nothing in here about annual review and recommendations is given to you all.
Does anyone here wish to speak against this? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. Now, just so that you know what that is, any changes to the site will require a new site plan. Applicant must submit plans showing adequate parking exists, and any structural, electrical, or plumbing changes will require building permits. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
That's a good positive for the area. I thought they would do that.
Next item is the planning board recommends denying an application by Warren Porfors for sketch plan approval for a 54-lot subdivision located on Sitrow Road, map number 374, parcel number 18C in the 1st district. Mr. Marshall.
I am not Warren Portress. I am the manager of the LLC that owns the property. We want to develop a nice subdivision, Hunter's Walk. It is behind Myrtlewood and behind Old South off of Zittrow Road, and it's 50, probably end up being about 52, maybe 54 lots. We're not certain when we get to fine tuning it with the final engineering drawing. It will be on county water with septic tanks. We've already had the soils evaluations done, and got like 3, maybe 4 lots in there that will require a 36-inch mound. The rest of it is less of a septic tank mound than that. Pretty good soils. Of course, as you get closer to the wetlands, you've got the poorer soils. None of the property is in a floodplain. We've had a delineation done. The lots, the minimum square footage complies with the requirement that you have more than half of an acre of usable soil outside of the buffer required off the wetlands. I guess that's about it. I'd love to answer any questions.
This is just the sketch plan approval.
Correct.
Why did the planning board, issue did the planning board have?
They didn't like it. A member of the planning board comment was, I just don't like it.
Okay.
You got somebody to agree with you?
Yes, there were folks that agreed with it.
Okay.
Any questions?
This is on the county water?
Yes, sir. County water price sewer.
And I spoke with you, Mr. Marshall, in a break a minute ago. And I did speak with one of the, your neighbors, and their concerns were with the drainage issue, but after talking with Thomas, all the water that comes off your property will remain on your property. It'll be sloped in a way that it falls across your property.
Absolutely. If there was any drainage in the final engineering of any drainage, excuse me, if the current topography has any drainage that would go across that property, we're allowed to leave that amount alone. Is that correct? And then any additional runoff would have to be directed elsewhere.
The back of a lot or something could continue to drain there, but your streets and...
Right, all of that's got to be self-contained. Our intention would be, if anything was draining in that direction, would be to swale back of the lots to keep anything from going across on somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, generally, you know, the swale is not paying attention because what leaves without going through it's counted against you, and it's,
right.
It's not to their benefit to do that.
How deep are these lots, Mark?
Excuse me?
How deep are these lots?
100, well, they're 22,000 square foot minimum, and I think we're 100, well, I'm sorry, Warren here, he can answer that right off the top of his head. But whatever the minimum frontage is, and divided, if it's 100-foot frontage, you're 220 feet deep, but I think we're more like 120 to 150 width, and some of them even wider than that.
All right. And y'all will deal with this, but just look like some of these on one side might be too shallow to be able to create swales and still have access out there.
The ones that back up to Old South are shallower, but we won't have anything except coming down across ourselves there. We won't be doing any swales there.
I got you.
Because the drainage all comes from the Old South phase across us and down to the creek.
All right. One of the staff recommendations is all stormwater retention facilities must remain in the ownership of the developer.
Yes.
Until such time as they can be given to a homeowners association.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I guess they're just trying to be clear that we're not going to.
We're not taking.
Yep.
Understood.
Okay.
Love for you to, but understand you're not.
All right, first district.
Yeah, is there any?
Let's see if anybody's against it.
Actually, this is in a public hearing. Sketch plans are in a public hearing. But it's okay. But you can. Yeah, you can. But you don't have to be there.
I'd like to know.
Hi, I'm Linda Roundtree, and this is my husband.
I'm Bubba Roundtree, and we have the property that joins, I guess there's not a map up there, so it's not be able to see. Our property joins right up to the residence there of all the houses being built. First of all, we're not against Murray on this. We have a concern about the flushing of the water lines that are presently there now. We're on, if you look at on the map, if you're looking at it, and you see at the very end, that is where a line is at to release water from the houses that are being built now. And that water goes directly into right down the line through our ditches. That's one of the concerns we have when you look at possibly about 30 houses here on the front zip wire and 52 houses on the back, and the flushing of those lines, whereas all that water's got to go somewhere. And it's going to come off this property. And if you notice on the plat, there is a ditch back farther on the left-hand side that has been there for a long, long time. And I assume that was put there in a reason to divert water when you start flushing the lines. I don't know that for sure, but it's been there a long time.
Because there is a water release right there at that ditch as well. And they used to flush the line there, but now they're going down flushing at the very end since they've built more houses.
Yeah, so that release valve is right at the very end of the start of our property. And we just want to know, what we're looking at with 80-something houses and flushing the lines, the water's going our way. So,
Is that something that you can answer?
Yeah, look, I'll try. The amount of houses has nothing to do with the amount of water being flushed. The water is being flushed for water quality issues. because it's a dead-end line, we have to maintain certain chloramine residuals to the end for safe drinking water. And as water sits and is stagnant, the chlorine diminishes in it basically. So we have to keep that water moving. The solution to stop flushing is actually more houses. The more consumption that you have, the less we have to flush. But because it's a dead-end line, that won't change. Until we can extend the line and get flow, that's what helps that particular situation. Now, I don't know if we looped it back through the system, that may help eliminate some of that flushing from that dead end, because it'll create some flow around.
She's shaking her head yes back here.
Yeah. So I think we could, if we talk with Mr. Marshall about possibly looping that, we have to get an easement through, or maybe down this road. I think we can work with him to try to eliminate some of that.
Yeah, because our biggest concern with that, when they flush the line, if it's on a dry week, it's fine. But if they flush it and then we have rain for 3 or 4 days, the water in our front yard, which is supposed to drain to the ditch, can't drain, so it's backing up to our front door because it can't drain.
And we don't like flushing it either,
Right.
because it's just water on the ground, because that's potable water. But again, we have to do it to maintain water quality so that people don't get sick off the water. So again, if we can loop this particular line back through Mr. Marshall's development, it'll eliminate that dead end and eliminate a lot.
Well, that's what we were wondering, why it couldn't be diverted to the back of the property even somehow, where it would drain to the back into the swamp
I'm sure,
instead of.
do we have any fire over there? No, we might have to find some of our fire department. We can certainly check in for you.
Well, I stood up behind you to just say, we're all for looping the line back. We're gonna be looping it because we're doing a loop subdivision layout.
The more that we can do that, the more we want to do that anyway.
Yeah, we can move that loop over with. Economically, I'm assuming now, my engineer is here.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
We just shift it down 3 lots and loop it back out there.
And come in the cul-de-sac. I think we can work on that through this process. And that'll help y'all help us too.
Okay.
Put a fire hydrant back in the back.
Yeah?
Flush it from the hydrant.
We'll look for those.
I'm pretty sure we could.
This isn't our only flushing one, we've got issues over there.
And one of the things I think Murray said, the homeowners association, so I assume there's going to be some type of covenant, Murray?
There will be.
Okay, very good. All right. And the other thing is that when they did disallow the plat plan, that was because the gentleman who didn't say he didn't like it, he voted against it because he didn't see a green area for kids. And his idea was, where's all the kids going to play at?
With this many houses, he felt there should be, he was saying a 6-acre green area, but.
That's pretty large.
Yeah.
But anyway, I know that there's certain things that you don't have to do. That was why he said.
Play in their yard.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Or over on our property.
Or we have it in the Roundtree's Woods. So,
Yeah.
but that's issues that you have to work out. So we're just here to express concern about the water. And
Two, it was mentioned a while ago about I think the septic tanks, since these will all have septic tanks, where there's especially 2 lots that will back up to our property. I have concerns there if there's septic tanks in their backyards. If there's a mound there, of course it's going to divert water over onto our property. Can something be done to avoid that whenever
The engineering will account for all that.
Yeah, because we had to do something to help our other side of our property for water to drain. We had to put a ditch down for, otherwise our septic tank will blow out. We have to have drainage. So that's what we had to do there. So I feel like maybe something needs to be done on that side as well, whether a ditch or what along there.
The health department will require where the septic tank has to go in the lot. The engineering in that subdivision should determine that all the drainage is being done properly. And that's what they're paying the engineer for.
And last thing, I guess, there would be some type of architectural review that Murray will have. Yeah. On how.
That's me.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's the concerns we had to put it out there. Thank you very much for listening to us. Oh, by the way, thank you very much for paving the Zip Rock Road.
We do have concerns too, since y'all done such a nice job with the road. We're worried about all the construction and dump trucks or whatever's coming in. What happens if our road gets all torn up, you know, after we waited so long and it turned out so good?
Parks is gonna fix it.
We made a lot of progress on roads.
It's
Yes, you
smooth as glass. It was wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Here.
Anyone else? First District.
Motion is to approve based on staff recommendation.
Motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
First District had a busy night.
Last on the planning board recommends approving an application by Roger Holcomb for a variance to subdivide a parcel on an unimproved easement serving more than 3 lots located at 135 Milton Ron Road, map number 430, parcel number 38 in the 4th District.
Mr. Chairman, planning board did recommend approval of this. Staff has recommended denial based on the same reason as always recommended. Our ordinance prohibits this particular the subdivision of property on an unimproved access easement more than 3 lots or affirming more than 3 lots serviced by this particular easement. I probably should have turned this on for this one. You have in your books a plat, I think it's page 35 of this particular one. It's 49.98 acres, and the applicant further request wants to subdivide this into 2 separate lots. This is a somewhat odd arrangement, as there's it's not really an easement, it's part of their property that comes out and makes it almost to Ron Station Road before it goes across an easement that goes through Ron Station subdivision. So, regardless of the easement, it's an unimproved road. So, I wasn't at the planning board meeting. That may be the reason the planning board recommended acceptance of this, and I'll assume the applicant's here. Yeah.
Well, the thing about that easement is for that land down there. So the other people that build on there, he's not in the wrong. It's the people that built on there is the one that messed up.
I agree, and I've not went back to see if these other parcels actually have legal access across easements. I'm assuming they do, and unfortunately, Mr. Shaw's not here.
That is his easement, and I guess he owns it too. I'm sure you do, right?
Yes, according to the plats, he does. And technically, like I said, it's not an easement. It's fee simple his property. It's just an unimproved, I believe it's a dirt road that accesses this particular property.
Good evening, I'm Roger Holcomb. The road is called Milton Ron Road, and it's deeded to that property. Anybody that goes on that road, I assume, has a right to go on the road, but that road belongs to that property. It's part of the road. Milton Ron Road is part of that property, part of the 50 acres or 49 acres. And when I bought the property, I I understood that I could divide it at least one time, and that would be it. And or I wouldn't have bought it. And so, because it did own that road, that was and that's the reason I bought the property, because of that.
You're trying to divide it to sell or to give to a family member?
Well, I had planned on a building back there, because of the economy, I had did it. And I just need to do that because now that the property values, especially on that road right there, 25 acres is no more worth than 50 acres. I can just about sell 25 acres as much as I can 50 acres back there. And so it's kind of a hardship for me to take and not be able to divide it.
So tell us the issue, was it because it's serving more than 3 lots on that unimproved easement?
Yes, ma'am.
So, can you see the little drawing, Tom? We're talking about this section of land back here.
Yes, sir.
And wants to cut this up into 2 tracts.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how you put it up.
Yes, sir, right now.
But the issue is, if you cut this up in a tract, how is this person going to get to their tract of land?
That road would be Milton Rod Road, all the way to it. It'd be continued.
And you could do that, you could keep that 80 foot, I believe it's, or maybe it's 60.
I think it's even 80 up to that.
It says 80 on one and 60 on another, yes.
Mm-hmm. It's 80 all the way out to Ron Station. At first, that heritage property that it butts up to, one time one of the planning board members said that the county might be interested in that road because they have a secondary road. And I never did talk to them about it later on, but that would be something maybe the county might want to think about that road later on, as far as if they wanted to take that road and have that for the heritage property. Well, I just threw that out there just in case.
I think the issue, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the next page, 4 or 5, the other end of it, it does cross an easement through what appears to be Ron Station subdivision prior to getting to Ron Station Road. I agree, it's a little different than some of the access easements that we've had in the past, but it's not fee simple all the way to Ron Station.
Would we be creating a legal issue? Would we be creating a legal issue?
They just don't have anything to do with that community. There's no easement there.
I don't think so, no. I think it's within your purview to grant a variance should you choose to do so, and you have in the past on certain situations.
See the attorney shaking her head.
I misspoke, Beverly.
No, she's saying yes.
Yeah, I'm saying yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay, good, I got it right.
Yes.
But no, I think you can certainly do that again, going back in time. But I think that requirement came so that you didn't have multiple properties and all of a sudden you maintained it and you moved off and somebody wanted the road maintained and it was supposed to be private the entire time.
No, is the variance public? Is the variance? Yes.
But would we be correct in requiring, if he's going to cut this up into 2 tracts of land, and this road only comes to the one large tract, to require a plat for what he's wanting to do and show that whoever can get to that other piece of property?
There's always be an easement of road access to the other piece, something like that.
Yeah.
If not, we could be creating a landlocked piece of property.
Yeah.
We've got the legal easement that goes all the way to the bottom of that property.
Reggie, listen to me.
What?
This is the 49 acres.
Yes.
If he was to cut a line across here, if we just allow it to be cut into 2 tracts, and he cut it across here, we've got a landlocked piece of property right there.
Well, and the
You
property
understand?
owner of the landlocked property would be able to get an easement across the other property to reach the road anyway.
Mr. Kessler, if I have Mr. Poitras has already surveyed it, and if I can show that he's already done that with that.
As far as I'm concerned, it would be fine.
You could just be putting a motion that we grant the easement and just, as long as there's some type of.
Upon showing us a plat of the 2 pieces of property to be created, and that there's adequate.
I've already had it surveyed.
It sounds like you've already done what my concern.
I've already did it, and I just need to show. This was, I've done it just because I thought that I'd be able to do it. And then I found out I had to,
You're talking about a property rights issue.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the motion anyway. Will we have 2 readings on this?
Do we have 2 readings?
Yeah.
I can't remember what
No.
we can correct that.
Until we change our policy.
Gotcha.
Thanks, sir.
Anyone here wish to speak against this rezoning?
Until we change the policy.
No.
Until we change the policy to read.
Talk about that one.
Chairman, the motion can be conditioned upon a revised plat being filed by the applicant.
Basically allowing for it to be cut up into 2 parcels with a suitable plat being provided to us showing proper access. Fourth District.
Make a motion to approve, cut that parcel of 49 acres into 2 plats or 2 lots, and he will furnish us a plat showing easement to both pieces of the property.
I'll second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. That is the last thing on our planning board. We got to have a short break. Back to new business. Item number 12. Consideration of a water agreement with Greenland Developers Incorporated to provide a water main extension to Blue Jay Estates.
Greenland Developers has a tract of land that they wish to subdivide into a major subdivision, which would be 10 lots, and the county has a 16-inch water main adjoining the tract of Inland Plantation. The development would be required to connect to the county infrastructure in accordance with Chapter 75, Section 1, which we discussed previously. Continuing the 16-inch water line from Emerald Plantation would seem to be a wise course of action to serve future developments and to move towards closing the loop at Marlow, which has previously been discussed. The county has recently discussed requiring developers to extend the line necessary to serve their own development, as in the case of Blue Jay Road, Old Augusta Road that we discussed a couple meetings ago. The developer believes that a 3-inch line will suffice for his development. Staff did discover board approved specifications that require extensions to be a minimum 6-inch. Those appear to be written for a different set of circumstances. They're also not really available and accessible to developers. This agreement contemplates that the county would be receiving funds from the developer for the line size required by the board and has provided 2 cost estimates for a 3-inch and 6-inch line. Funds are to be delivered by the developer to the county at the time the contract is executed for construction, and the county bearing the actual cost of design, engineering, installing, and owning the water main extension, with the developer paying all applicable connection fees, to recap the cost recovery fees in this case. The contract stipulates that the work will be completed by a date certain. In this case, that's March 31st, 2015. The county constructs the line, and the developer will quitclaim all of his interest. In this case, it will only be monetarily. The cost to upsize depends on what the board requires of the developer. If the developer plays for a 3-inch line, the county's upsize cost will be approximately, if I would, I'll go directly to a new cost options for extending water main to Blue Jay Estates. It was in the folder.
It's in the folder.
The 16-inch line at Emerald Plantation is ductile iron pipe. So we priced it using ductile iron pipe and using PVC. Then we have the 2 options of 6-inch or 3-inch. 3-inch being what the developer believes it can serve his property, and the 6-inch being what would be required in those old and outdated specs. We also counted the revenue that we received from the capital cost recovery fee. The water capital cost recovery fee would be $2,000 minus the $900 that we owe to Savannah per ERU, which would leave a balance of $1,100. There's 10 lots, however, it's our understanding that a church will be purchasing 2 lots. Therefore, we assumed 1 tap for that. So the math on that would be $9,900 coming from capital cost recovery fees.
But they would be requiring a larger meter possible?
Possibly. And that would be covered with meter fees, which would also be required of the developer or the lot owner.
The main question I have based on what I see, based on the questions I already asked earlier, where it does, if I'm understanding, this developer, a 3-inch seems to suit him, and a 6-inch is something that is required on a larger development for fire flow than him. If we were looking at option 1 or option 3, being that we want a 16-inch, but the developer's paying for the 3, but the options are DIP or PVC, what is you guys' opinion on that?
I'm not an engineer.
Yes, but there's one thing beside you.
I think PVC is a perfectly acceptable material to use. Used quite extensively. This particular, everything else that we have as far as mains has been ductile iron to this point. The cost difference is about $10 a foot to install it. Over many feet. That's quite a significant amount of money. But PVC is an acceptable material.
Have we used it in others or not?
We have not on our main transmission lines, however, that is what is very commonly used throughout subdivisions, on other lines other than main transmission lines. Now, why we did that originally, I don't know.
That was put in by, City of Savannah had that put in by the power company. If you can see me over it, Julie Ebert, Water and Wastewater. The main transmission lines were put in, the City of Savannah had those put in, and I believe Red Griffin put those down. And they chose the ductile iron to put in because they were such large piping. After that, they reduced them down and went to the PVC, and most all of our trunk lines are done in PVC.
Even if they're 16-inch?
Yes, even if we've got plenty of 16-inch, some 24-inch that are PVC.
Okay, so you guys don't see a problem with that option?
No, not at all. It was my understanding they were ductile. I didn't realize they were PVC. So clearly we would extend PVC. That's what's already there.
Thanks, George. And I didn't think I wasn't.
Oh, no problem. The only other thing that I would say was that funds for this extension are not readily available. So a budget amendment would be required to come back for you to make these funds available. In talking to Joanna about this issue, in order for these funds to be available, the county would borrow funds from an enterprise fund and need to pay these funds back.
Within 6 months.
At one point in time, we had a discussion in which I understood that there was money in the, well, it used to be impact fee, but is now cost recovery fee. Is that correct?
All of our cost recovery fees go into our operating account at this point.
Yeah.
We have already budgeted what we thought would be the cost recovery fees for this current year within our revenue. So that leaves several different options. Service delivery does not allow us to borrow from the general fund anymore unless we pay that back within 6 months of the end of the fiscal year, if I recall correctly. That means we could borrow from the special tax district. We have those funds. We could also borrow from another enterprise fund to an enterprise fund. But as far as having funds set aside to do this, no, we don't. But we could probably absorb it within either the special tax district or within one of the other enterprise funds for a period of time.
Okay. Thank you.
And Todd says it's not true that we have not seen any hydrology report. We just simply have been told.
Correct, yeah.
That 3 inches is big enough.
Correct, yeah. And I don't know how far Chad on the hydraulics of it, if you actually had that data or not, but that was what he represented to us, was that a 3-inch line would be the proper line size.
Chad Zitrow with Current Company, representing Greenland Developers. The 16-inch, we didn't obtain a flow rate on the 16-inch, but typically a 6-inch would service that. EPD's regulations do indicate that for any extension less than 3,000 linear feet, a 3-inch service line is sufficient. And with us tying into a 16-inch main, I have the hydraulics will work on that. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, we can pull some and verify it to proceed, or as a condition of, but I mean, in any circumstances, I haven't seen a 16-inch that wouldn't float that kind of capacity. Typically, a 6-inch would suffice.
And that's what I'm hearing now, is a 6-inch would.
No, I'm saying the 3-inch could tie into a 6-inch and it would suffice enough flow capacity. In this circumstance, a 3-inch tying into a 16-inch would give an abundance of flow.
Do you have any idea what the fire flow requirements are going to be? I mean, is the church going to need to be sprinkled, or?
In a church, basically you've got a cutoff of about 10,000 square feet based on that occupancy requirement that would require a sprinkler system. However, there are circumstances where you can put a firewall in between a worship center and a social hall to break it down to where you have 2 separate 10,000 square foot areas that do not require a sprinkler system. In this condition, The purchase of the church property is indicated they're looking at about a 8 to 10,000 square foot total building. So, I mean, the area, the lump sum total area they're looking at is 5,000 square feet if we were to put a firewall in.
Tosh, remind me, what's the size of the line that pulls off of the 16 over to Emerald? Do you know?
I don't know, you know.
I think that the 16-inch trunk line is through Emerald, but I think it's some 8-inch service lines through there.
Yeah, it stops on Blue Jay. I don't remember if it's 8 or 10 that goes into Emerald Plantation.
But we've already got a pressure problem already over there. And the only, I mean, this is a losing proposition either way we go to the county. If it wasn't for thinking that this line needs to be extended further down.
6-inch in the emerald. 6 inch in the emerald, is that what you're asking?
6 inches in emerald?
I thought that was what I was thinking, that it needed to be extended further down.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason is to go ahead and get this line on further down the road so that we don't have to contend with driveways and everything, culverts and everything else. But PVC, I still think is the way to go. It's done everywhere else. I can't see spending it as money for duct line.
I think it just goes without saying, but obviously this is the reason why we had this precursor discussion
Julie was been checking.
on 75
Well, I'm for option 4. I'm just not convinced that without the documentation in front of me that they could do this thing with the reading.
Is it possible we can't do it with grant? Because it's being presented as an option to us, so is it an option that might not work? I don't understand.
Some possible, again, we didn't, staff didn't independently do any hydraulic modeling on this, you know, that the question, and I think that's what Mr. Littrop said, is that in his opinion, a 3-inch line will suffice, so going off of the opinion of the developer's engineer, so.
Clarify the fact number 3 that it says it requires the developer to install a minimum of a 6-inch water main. We're talking about 3.
Yes.
Why are we, why is that even in there if we're not even
It is a spec that was found on the books. How it was found, I can't even pretend to tell you. It was brought to me and said, have you found this? We actually went back to the minute books to verify a paper document that somebody had provided to me. These specs, while they may have been approved, are not readily available to developers, designers, engineers in the normal course of business. I think they have been made available in the past at some point. And I think that number 2, it goes right back to what our discussion is. We need to be upfront and honest with every developer, contractor, business of what happens and what their requirements are going forward.
Years ago, they voted for it in the minutes and they never put it in a book, so it isn't what staff has been quoting to anyone because they were unaware of it until they just found it within the last few days. So all the conversations that they've had with this person before now was telling them they could do the other until they found this up out of the blue.
And in the interest of full disclosure, we wanted to make sure we pointed that out.
And then they explained also that it had been done for fire flow reasons and that this subdivision is 21 lots and is of a number that would not require that. So they felt, this is how they explained it to me, they felt that it would not have to apply to this.
How many what?
It's only 10 lots.
I'm sorry.
It's below the threshold.
Below the threshold of 21 or
required.
24, something like that, so it's only, yeah. In other words, it's a minor instead of a major. I can go either way. You know, I just, are we going to require something of somebody that they don't need to do? Are we over requiring or not? I mean,
vote, I don't have a problem voting for option 4 tonight. If it comes down to it.
Are you against option 3?
I am. It's a losing proposition either way we do it. It's the only reason to do this is to go ahead and extend the line past this piece of property.
So getting the 6-inch will help the county in a way that the 3-inch won't? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I know this, getting this.
Makes us pay less.
We're going to ABC to say.
Say $30,000.
If somebody was to go and put that many wells down, it would cost.
I just don't understand that we'd be telling him he needs to do a bigger pipe than he needs to do so that we could save the money.
The only reason that we're not worried about fire flow is because there's already a fire hydrant close enough in this vicinity.
Because my understanding is.
And by the time we run this, that distance, there's going to need to be another hydrant put in, right?
Correct.
I thought
We'll end up installing
I
hydrants
thought it was
because
because the lot sizes are large and we're only doing 10
it's
lots.
a number of lots.
The number
10.
of lots.
Okay.
So the fact that another hydrant's got to be put in because of the length across the front of this property, in my opinion, would require a 6-inch line. So I don't think it's unreasonable to require the 6-inch line down the front of that property.
Well, that's the first time I've heard that.
That's my opinion. Would you disagree?
I don't know. I'm an engineer.
Wait a minute, it's my understanding that we are not required to have fire protection on the 5-acre lots and on subdivision that's less than 10 lots. So therefore, the 3-inch line would suffice for the fire protection that we need for the 10 lots. And then,
He's saying that they wouldn't be responsible.
we wouldn't be required to have fire protection on those lots.
And we're not asking you to pay for the hydrant, which I don't know if it's in your calculations, which is probably not.
It's in the cost for the 16-inch line, it's not in the cost for the
Correct. But if the developer was to run a line across the front of this property, all 10 lots, then there would have to be a fire hydrant put by the distance in order to keep our ISO readings.
On main transmission lines, we put them about every 1,500 feet.
Are you saying it requires it of us? Is that what you're saying? It makes an additional requirement to us.
Because whomever would make that extension.
Well, let's say they were just put, if we're requiring this line run all the way in front of that property, which he's got to have, I don't think the distance is how many feet?
2,800.
2,800. It's over 1,500 feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which is going to require a fire hydrant. The fact that he's just happens to be coming off of a county road rather than off of a subdivision road, to me is a moot point.
If I had a 22-lot subdivision and I had to have fire protection for my property, then I would be required to have hydrants along there. Because I'm doing a 10-lot subdivision with the 5-acre tracts, I'm not required to have fire protection based upon the county and state's requirements.
In other words, Elizabeth, can we try to get him to help pay for the fact that somebody else is going to need fire protection? Is that almost the point?
I'm just talking about the simple size of the line.
Yes, our ordinance requires fire protection at 21 lots. Just what, was said, because it's 11 lots, normally they wouldn't be 5-acre lots. If they were smaller, that distance wouldn't be of such a length that we would have to put those on our transmission lines.
That's
And
correct.
we do that, regardless, just running down the side of the road, you know, you see them running down 119. We got him right out the honey ridge. You just put fire hydrants.
So you need a 6-inch line to put a fire hydrant on.
What you're saying is, we said, okay, we're not worried about extending our line, tie to it, have that, take the water there.
6-inch
You
line.
say they would have to put a fire hydrant on the end, and he's saying they wouldn't because it's the line.
Somebody's gonna,
We would have to put a fire, we would have to put a fire hydrant.
which would require a 6-inch line.
But not to serve these houses because it's a minor subdivision. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it right.
The length of the
The
line
length of the line.
would require a fire hydrant.
Unless they circle all the way back around to what we originally talked about, which was a private extension within their property. Well, we're talking about 2 then, but, you know, 3-inch line, whatever it would take, hydraulically to serve that.
If I was to put a well in, not tied to the county line, put a community well in to service those parcels, I could put a 3-inch line in. I would meet the state requirements and local requirements for not needing fire protection, and would not be required to put a hydrant in. Now, obviously, there's other regulations due to being able to put a community well in with, you know, county water service there, but the state requirements would not require a hydrant or 6-inch line to be installed for a 10-acre subdivision with 5+ acre tracts.
But we are trying our best to try and build our ASO ratings, and I don't want to do something that's going to tear it down.
But it should be at our cost, not theirs. I think that's the difference.
I'm trying to determine the size of the line that I think they should be paying for. And I'm saying that
They should pay for a 6-inch line.
for a 6-inch line.
We want them to pay for a 6-inch line because
That's my opinion.
by law, Elizabeth, by law, can we make them pay for more than their engineer says they need, or?
I don't believe that we can make them pay for more than the capacity they need if there's nothing else there that it's going to serve.
Then show me the hydrologies for the church that's going to be there and everything that's going to be there, and prove to me that you don't need a 6-inch line.
All right, so a flow test showing that I can reach the last president with the 3-inch service.
But I'm confused about the church. What's the church have to do with it?
There's a church going on 2 of these lots.
Okay,
Commercial,
okay,
fire flood.
okay.
But all of that, I mean, fire flow is not required based on those calculations.
And
Based on the ISO ratings for the National Fire Protection Regulation.
we've had another church in this county that we went through the same type thing on, and I don't want to repeat.
I understand. I mean, all I can go about is the code book, but I can pull that information together.
And there was all kinds of problems with that, trying to get the state fire marshal to sign off on it. Am I talking out of school? Y'all know what we're talking about.
Well, if you're aware, whatever law anybody can quote to me that says that we do the right thing, that's the goal. That's what I'm finding here. And that's getting conflicting information from different parties.
Well, when Eric and I discussed this in regards to the amendments to the ordinance that we talked about earlier, we felt that a county could not require developers to pay for capacity over and above what they need to serve their project.
And I would totally agree with that.
Which makes big time law sense. Right, unless, you know, the county is willing to, they can require them to install something larger, but the county would have to pay for the difference.
The difference.
And that's all I'm trying to determine is, do they need a 6?
Their engineer's saying they don't. Do we need to do some kind of proof to prove he's wrong to make him do a 6, or?
I would love to see it. I'd
How
love
do
to
we
see
do that?
what's going on.
I don't think we need to get into a back and forth as to, you know, who's right and who's wrong, but.
How do you understand what's correct? You have to know what's right to make the vote.
And I would say if staff is telling the board that you need a 6, then you can require a 6. And if staff has some justification to show, yes, they do need a 6 because of X, Y, Z, not that they need a 6 because we're going to serve all these other people in the future.
Well, I'm going to assume that they wouldn't give me an option of a 3 if it's not an option. Right? I mean, you're not gonna give me an option that's.
Right, I mean,
I'm not talking, I'm sorry, I'm talking about staff. I'm talking about our staff.
And I understand what you're saying by ordinance, we can't require fire. I understand that. But these are large tracts of land facing on a county road. And I know whatever you put across there is going to require another fire hydrant to be put down there. And we're not asking you to pay for that fire hydrant.
right.
We're asking you to pay for the line that's going to be required, or that's what I'm saying, not we. I should say.
That's probably the cost of that. 45.
It's in the line. It's going to take a 6-inch line to feed that hydrant. And I understand what you're saying, we can't require you, but.
Are you saying we have to dig something up and get rid of the 3 and make it 6 to do it?
There's not a 3 there.
Okay.
It's nothing there now.
But if we let them do this,
Yeah.
then what? Does that create on us?
We want to put
Other
the
than
6
hydrant
in
that
that start
people?
with.
Right, I mean, it's,
We
Oh,
want to
you're
put the
saying out
6.
there, we have to do the 6?
If we stretched it to the length of this property to do nothing but meet where we put fire hydrants, we would have to be putting a 6-inch line down the side of the road.
Are we doing that at this time? Are we running it across the whole front of their property at this time?
That's the proposal in front of you.
That would be the 16, and that's the
Oh.
reason for the difference.
That's what I understand.
And that's why I'm trying to say, I think the developer should be required to pay for the 6.
We're doing 16. We're
May I
doing
make-
16. We're already doing
May I make a comment?
Sure. Hey, Mr. Stokes.
You know, the developer is making a low density development here. And you know, if he had 2-acre lots rather than 5-acre lots, you know, he would have more funds to pay for a larger pipe. But
staff recommendation.
But just keep that in mind, that this is a low-density subdivision, and there's just a certain, he's trying to keep large lots rather than subdividing into a greater density.
I understand.
This is why we need staff recommendation on each item.
And the church itself is I doubt if it would have much more water use than the house, because they're going the Sunday's a big day, and then a few meetings during the week, and I doubt if it would use much more than the house as far as water goes. I mean, this goes to
Based on our ordinances, we're requiring 21 lots and greater to provide fire protection. And the fact that what we understand today, pre-design, is that this church will be less than 10,000 square foot and not require sprinklers or fire protection, and that there will be 9 lots. It is my opinion that a 3-inch line, 2,800 foot, would serve that without hydraulic calculations. I believe that would happen. As such, it will be my opinion that we should approve an option with a 3-inch line. Now, we run hydrants, and I wish I had this thing here, I could show you on the screen, along all of our mains. That's just what we do. And that will be required as we extend those mains. I don't know, and maybe the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, that we have a legal way to require the developer to provide fire protection when our ordinances don't require it, just because of the length of the line. Based on that, it is my opinion that a 3-inch line is what the minimum that will be required to serve the development. So what I understand council will say is what we can legally require of them. So therefore, staff's recommendation, my recommendation, would be a 3-inch line of paying the difference.
And that's what we've been talking about, trying to have our policy be, is that they do their part that meets their need, and we do the rest. And that's how I understand this to be. And that would be option 3. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's what I'm in favor of. because the last thing I want is another lawsuit and to be in court again because we've required more from somebody that isn't taking. That's my thing. We got enough of those.
Make your motion.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve alternative number 1. We'll be able to approve the water agreement and specify which size line. And I specify that we choose option 3, installing the 16-inch PVC, developer the 3 PVC.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
We don't want to go ahead and make that a 6 inch and pay the difference.
No.
If you vote.
That's their motion. I have 3 people in voting in favor.
If you think you can legally do it, vote no.
No, I'm saying that's pay the difference in it, the 6 and the 3.
We put 16.
We're putting 16. We're doing our part.
The
We're doing our part.
county's going to pay $122,317.50.
Yes.
If-
We don't have to pay anything and just let them put a 3-inch line in.
We could let
I
them do
just
their
don't
own
think that's
system.
wise.
Yeah.
But
We
we
could
can do it
their own
for
system.
zero.
They started out trying to do their own
Don't
system. We
forget
got
that.
into this because we thought this was a benefit for both parties.
Well, they started out wanting to drill wells.
Exactly. There's just
So,
I just don't, I have to lean on what the engineer says. And I know he works for them, but he's also a, yeah.
Well, our engineer agrees as well.
I have 3 votes.
I'm on board, and that's
All
fine.
right, I have 4. None opposed. So carried. Just a simple waste of amount.
That's what I was concerned with.
All right, next item, consideration to approve change order number 7 for the Effingham County Sheriff's Office.
For this agenda item, I draw your attention to the financial recap that's in your folders today. We'll talk about that at the end. The board approved change order 6 to complete almost all of the sheriff's office building. That change order left 2 areas of what we consider shell space. It also contained a contingency and sizable landscape allowance. These funds could now be used to complete several scope changes that are requested and provide a credit back to the county in the amount of $4,329, all inside the guaranteed maximum price. The contingency and landscape dollars are unused, coupled with a small final clean allowance, leave available funds in the amount of $105,198. The cost to finish the shell space of approximately 1,700 square feet is $65,779. The sheriff is interested in removing VCT from the building and installing carpet in its place, which would add an additional $26,010. Adding a front canopy is an additional scope change that's been requested for $7,171, and building 3 separate knee walls would cost $1,900. These scope changes in total would come to a balance of $100,860. Staff has updated the financial summary, which you've got in front of you. And what we can show here is that as of the change order, you return a balance of $4,329 from the guaranteed maximum price. And then we updated our actual county responsible items, which is the construction materials, testing, furnishing, data cabling, and utilities. And that leaves you a balance of $15,767.92 of available funds, and that could be used, a portion of that could be used for landscaping. Staff recommends $10,000, which would leave you another credit for county responsible items in the amount of $5,767.92. Staff recommends approval of the change order, resulting in a credit of $4,329 from the contracted price. Acceptance of the final revised financial recap and budgeted funds for furnishing, data cabling, construction materials, testing, and utilities, and including the $10,000 for as a budget for landscaping. leaving a balance of $5,767.92 in credits back to the, or savings. And staff also recommends allowing staff to continue working on flooring options and accepting scope options below the $26,010. I actually asked them to price an additional alternative. Those numbers are significantly lower, more than $15,000. But I'd like to vet all of those ideas. I literally got it at 5:15 this afternoon.
In the beginning, it was staffed to do BCT.
That's correct.
What about the overall maintenance of the building? I mean, putting carpet in there, isn't that going to increase maintenance costs?
What Jimmy says, and I can actually attest to, because of being on school board, is that BCT is some of the most highest maintenance stuff you've ever seen. Because it mars up and they have to, they have that machine to bucket with. And truly, I mean, that's why the school boards completely stopped using BCT, was because it cost so much to maintain it. And he says, you know, that they mess up the doors and sheet rock and all that kind of stuff, and it's true. So.
What about the petitions and stuff that you're talking about taking out?
The knee walls actually help us. We had designed the area to have cubicles, and the cubicles would essentially plug into the wall, and everything would be run from there.
Okay.
The cubicles themselves are quite expensive, so by using this, we can use the standard desk. The desk is not cheap, but it's much cheaper than actually having to buy the cubicles there. And so for the $1,900 investment, he could get up to 12 desks in that room as intended without the need for the expenses.
So we're taking the cubicle out.
That's correct.
We're able to deal with the electrical and everything.
That's right.
The bottom line is the change orders that you're
We
getting.
save $4,320.
We're saving money and getting more square footage completed.
That's correct.
And there's some things that Jimmy's being able to take care of on the side.
And if this option goes, that leaves the total project savings to date at $10,096. If everything went through just like this, if there's another $15,000 in flooring options and we're authorized to pull that trigger, that would increase that number significantly.
Your other flooring option is still different carpet, is that what it is?
The carpet that was spec'd in the building is carpet squares.
Yeah.
So we went with broad loom to find out if we could pick up some cost reductions there.
Okay.
And then we also cut back on the LVT.
Okay. So with the motion, you need the motion to state that the change, if we go the route well, of everything you've recommended, is a change order number 7, and then also allow for the, you to have the flexibility on the continuing to negotiate the carpet and acceptance of the final.
The recap, the budget. We just amended the budget. You'll see that for construction materials testing, we had budgeted $25,000 to date. We've only spent $29.98.
Yeah.
For furnishings, we had originally budgeted $20,000. Based on our preliminary estimates, we think we'll need around $26,000.
I saw, you know that. I was trying to be sure that I would cover the bases. It was those 3 bases you needed to cover?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Anybody have any problems with any of those?
And the budget does include the $10,000 allowance.
I just want to make sure that those changes that I knew about.
Are you good?
Good.
You want a motion?
Wait on.
Make a motion that we approve change order number 7. Additionally, the acceptance of the final budget change and allow staff the flexibility to continue negotiating the flooring option changes.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the stormwater management program.
A portion of the county is now regulated MS4. Phase 2, as delineated by the most recent census, Phase 2 community regulates discharges from smaller MS4s located in urbanized areas, and certain requirements accompany this designation, namely that all Phase 2 MS4s must create, maintain, and enforce a stormwater management program, which addresses 6 major criteria. The program requirement comes as a condition precedent to the state's MPDES permit granted by the federal EPA. The MPDES permit sets minimum control measures, or MCMs, that have to be met with our own best management practices, or BMPs. and it is up to the county to provide and report on the BMPs that we create. Stormwater plan program was due on September 3rd, and staff has submitted the program in accordance with the Commissioner's vote on August 19th. Staff is now bringing the program to you for adoption. It will be reviewed by EPD and returned if any changes are required, and the entire document is quite large and voluminous. And as stated previously, the majority of these items are plug and play, and staff has created a summary which was included in your original package. Do you have that? Big book. You have the summary?
Maybe very last page.
Very last page.
First place you look.
I just want to run through these. The majority of these are easily attainable, pardon me, a few of these are easily attainable with minimal changes and using existing staff. Some may require intensive staff time, materials, equipment, and support moving forward. I'd like to just run through these right quick. The NOI is already complete. It's just a statement the county is going to comply. Our environmental coordinator already provides for 3 educational events, 4 educational units by media. We can take care of that in-house. A stormwater webpage, we don't have one currently, but we can add that in-house. Assist in the organization, promotion, and participation in One River cleanup, which I'd like to come back to, and assist in the organization, promotion, and participation in One Community cleanup. Those are things that we believe our environmental coordinator can already assist us with. For the illicit discharge and detection, we will need to adopt or amend our IDDE ordinance, which require board action for the outfall map and inventory and the IDDE plan. It will require inspections, testing report, GIS, and software, so that will be somewhat labor intensive. Any questions so far? You want me to read this?
I think we're good.
The most important thing is that some of these will require time, material of staff in the future. It's an annual update. It's due 2/15 of 15 is our first one. We'll be bringing these ordinances back to you in fairly short order. I would like to speak for a moment on the river cleanup. Staff has been working with Christine Kirkland, who has put on the Savannah River cleanup for the past 3 years, and everything is being done by donors. I've worked with some press releases. We attended one meeting with Christine. Other than that, there's no county dollars invested in this. One of the things we'd like to request is that Harvey's or Kroger participate in donating food and snacks for volunteers. They won't do that without county letterhead. So if that's not a problem with you, we'd like to put that request on county letterhead. Although there's no county dollars, we'd also like to put on our next press release that the County Board of Commissioners is organizing, participating, and supporting the river's life.
Okay. Sounds good. Good.
And basically, what we were trying to do is make the board aware, like Adam said, of anything that may potentially cost y'all money. So let me state a few of those a little more pointedly. We have to come up with outfall inventory and mapping. We previously have, and may still get GIS to do that. However, they were 3, they are now 2. They are becoming taxed in their time also. So we may end up looking at getting a consultant to help us with that, primarily because the biggest challenge of that is actually identifying state waters. What is state waters? And from that point, we have to go backwards. So we may come back to y'all with at least a proposal to see what that costs in the future. And I started right with it. And the other one,
water quality testing.
Water quality testing. We will be required to do impaired waters monitoring. We will have to establish what waters we have that are impaired, which first off with identifying the state waters, and it involves testing. I have zero background in that particular field, can't help you much at all. I did have a conversation with Mr. Pittman recently, who they do not do our watershed protection monitoring, watershed protection plan monitoring now, but did in the past, which is something we need to go back out to bid with pretty soon. It'll be expired, the contract we have. And they can wrap the 2 of those together. A lot of the testing that we currently do for our watershed protection plan can be used for impaired waters monitoring also. So there will be some contracts we will be bringing back to y'all, or we'll get some outside help. Outside of that, it's just a lot of ordinances that we have to create, which is staff time that will come back to y'all prior to February of 15, which they're due. And those are the biggest costs. Again, just want to make sure y'all are aware of things that will potentially cost you dollars.
That's not a question.
Staff recommends approval of adoption by the board.
We had to do this to comply with the requirements. And they're minimal as.
Well, let me say, I don't know that they're minimal, but most of them are already due.
Okay.
The additional things that we'll have to do are minimal.
Okay.
Question? Motion?
Make a motion to approve the stormwater management program as presented.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to cancel maintenance agreement with ADT Security Services Incorporated.
Over time, the county has accrued maintenance agreements for ADT parts and equipment, most notably for camera systems at the Judicial Complex Sheriff's Department and access control throughout the county and at 911. After several cameras went down at the Judicial Complex, the IT director, purchasing, finance, and myself met to discuss our options, and it was determined that basically we rarely use these maintenance agreements. There are better options available to us, such as using IP-based cameras, which utilize previous county investments. That dollars that we spend on maintenance agreements could be used to replace failing parts, making better use of these dollars. Staff then contacted ADT to find out what would be required to remove ourselves from these maintenance agreements, and we learned that we could drop the maintenance agreements, receive a credit for the unused portion of the remaining agreements, which then could be used to purchase the necessary parts needed to fix the camera system of the Judicial Complex. Therefore, staff recommends alternative one, to cancel all maintenance agreements with ADT and receive credit for the unused portions of the agreement, which would be handled by email. I did notice in reviewing the agenda material, we put in what ADT sent us as far as some of these maintenance agreements, and two of them say Effingham Power. Those are obviously not ours.
Did I miss how much money we're going to save? Did I miss? I didn't see that in here, so.
I don't believe we tallied everything.
I think the first.
It's over $12,000.
Okay.
Yeah, about 15 total, I think.
After buying the parts?
No, we'll use the credit to buy the additional cameras and parts. Then the next year we will have the $15,000.
That we won't pay in maintenance agreements.
Okay. Motion?
Make a motion to approve order number one.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So done. Consideration to approve a resolution of surplus items.
From time to time, the county has broken or unused damaged or extra inventory in accordance with OCCGA 3692. The county must declare these items surplus. The county now has parts for an older VoIP phone system, old computers and printers, and inoperable fire engines that are no longer needed. If approved, these items will be sold at auction, sold for scrap or trash. Staff recommends alternative one. Clint, Fire Chief, has requested that we offer one of the fire engines that we are surplusing was given to us by the city of Brinkley. While we have no reason to believe that they would want it back, we feel like we should at least ask them.
Is it the 1957 Seagrave?
I can only say to those ends, it was given to us, we put money into it at some point. If it is only sold for scrap, I see no reason why we should recover the scrap value ourselves, rather than give it to them and let them sell it and cover the scrap.
I got an old one sitting out behind Ebenezer Road, they don't need another one. Is it operable? It doesn't.
This was the 79 model, was the one they transferred over to us.
The Spartan Ian Pierce, or the Peters?
The 79 Pierce was the one that they transferred over to us.
When was that?
I want to say it was about in the neighborhood of about 3, maybe 4 years ago. The reason it was transferred
In that
over.
case, I remove my objection.
The reason it was transferred over to us was at the time we had need for an engine out at our training center. and they didn't have any use for it anymore. Over the years, it's turned into a major maintenance problem. So it's just not feasible anymore.
I think if they gave it to us, we should at least make a phone call and offer it back to them before. Either way, we surplus it upon this vote, but I think it would just be the neighborly thing to offer it back to them.
So technically, that's okay? Okay.
The 57Z grade, did we buy that new? Now, I'm sure that's the parade engine, correct?
Honestly, that predated my time.
I think it's somehow the county obtained the 57C grade in a hope that the fire department would have a community project, get it fixed up and turn it into a parade engine. It's never been functional to best of my knowledge. I don't know how we went about getting it.
Oh my gosh. Sounds spot.
It's a good get.
And I make a statement, the only thing that bothers me about surplusing, this board agrees to surplus things. To my knowledge, we never get a report back, and we never know what we get out of something, and where that money goes.
That
bothers me.
I can tell you two things. Number one, on the land, Phil's been working on that today and yesterday, so we should have that getting ready to go out very quickly. If you'd like to see a report, I'm sure Joanna can run where the numbers go once it gets back to her.
I love that. He will tell you, I already sent him an email, a week ago to get you to pull all that information so we would have it.
But you know, it's a concern of mine. If the board agrees to surplus something, it's a possession of the county, and we never know what
We technically...
About the lawnmowers we surplus and so...
We technically do a recap. We do it during our audit time, and I'll be glad to provide that copy to you.
Yes, make our old
All right, I got a motion.
Yes. Alternative one.
Second.
Surplus and allow staff properly dispose of. So
Let us know.
A motion and a second from some?
Me.
From you. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve a user agreement for reuse water between Effingham County and the Effingham County Board of Education for irrigation at South Effingham Elementary.
The Board of Education recently completed improvements at South Effingham Elementary. I'd like to use irrigation, reuse water to irrigate the parking islands and other areas of the facility. The agreement, which has been reviewed by the county attorney, stipulates the Board of Education will pay the cost of materials and installation. The Board of Education is exempt from capital cost recovery fees. A user agreement is required by our EPD permit, and a meter is required to show where and how the water, the reused water, is going. There is no fee for reused water at this time. The staff report indicates that the Board of Education will be paying $2,765.65. Staff changed that number based on actual cost of installation, and that number is actually $2,765.65 for materials and $500 for installation. And again, that was based on our anticipated actual cost for installation.
They're paying for the cost of the actual supplies, meters, and the labor put it in.
The $2,765.65 is the cost of all the materials, and then the $500 is for a backhoe operator, 4 hours of our wastewater technician time to make the connections.
Have they already done it?
What's the $35 service?
That's no longer being charged, but that is a water and sewer call that it charges is called. Staff recommends approval.
What they're paying covers the cost, and cost and cover. Reuse, use is good.
Motion.
Make it. Motion that we approve staff recommendation alternative number 1.
second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Only 8 left.
So carries. Next item, consideration to approve an amendment to the Aging Services Grant Contract for year 2015. If we don't hurry up, we're going to be able to qualify for the aging service.
Make a motion to approve.
You already know.
I don't want to look at the word.
Starts getting late, we start getting giddy.
Set that.
Anyway.
Goodness. As usual, this past year, this board approved us going into contract with the Aging Services Grant. That particular program or grant helps to furnish our meals for the seniors. It provides basically 11,491 congregate meals and 18,899 home delivered meals. We received an amendment to that particular grant contract for this current year. It does increase our overall funds that we have available, and we simply ask for your concurrence and agreement in accepting these additional funds.
Randy, you sit on the CRC. You help us get this additional one?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to give you some credit.
Nope. I was over my head, but I'm glad.
I will say that, in speaking from Ms. Margaret, they very much appreciate the program that we have here. And I think the CRC does go beyond call of duty sometimes to ensure that if funds are available, we do receive them.
Good. No questions? Entertain a
Is
motion?
this one of the things that every once in a while they cut some of the funding for the state and then we have to make up
No,
for it?
that's Meals on Wheels.
No, basically, part of this.
They cut this too.
Part of this is federal funding, part of it is state funding, and when the federal government was going to shut down, part of our funding was endangered. That's
So we have
correct.
to figure out what we would do if it happened because they were talking about it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Okay.
Didn't have.
Okay.
Got a motion?
Make a motion to approve as submitted, alternate number 1. Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve continued use of the pool method to secure county public funds.
Yes. The state requires us to have our funds collateralized with the bank. That is at 110%. We are currently using the pooling method, and the state has come down and said, the pooling method is fine. However, they want each municipality or each county to designate that that is the manner in which they want these funds collateralized. And so, based on a state requirement now, we are simply having to sign in writing that we have elected that manner and that BB&T is currently using that manner. So it's a formality as such, but it basically goes through and says how that method is used and how they collateralize those particular funds for us.
Do we need something from BB&T to back us up?
Basically, BB&T sent this to us as they are required by the state to do so. So this information actually came through BB&T via a request by the state.
Elizabeth, have y'all looked at this?
I have not seen this yet.
I skimmed over it and it sounded more like they're concerned with our money sitting in banks that may become
I think the difference here is what the monitoring requires and how that monitoring is required and whether or not they're required to hold individual collateralization or whether or not they are required that they can pool those funds that they're using as collateralization. And I believe it's only the method. It's not that we're not required to have it collateralized, it's the fact that of how and the method that they go through doing that.
And the dedicated would be more complicated and...
Correct. In other words, for instance, if it's dedicated, then they have to go and say, we are going to have this particular fund cover these funds, rather than, or this particular stock cover these funds, or whatever they're using to collateralize it, rather than them being able to say, we have this group of funds that in whole. Correct.
Chairman Kessler, I apologize, I hadn't looked at the letter prior to this meeting, but I have seen these before, and the banks are required to submit this to the states. It's a standard letter. By statute, they have to declare what method they use to collateralize the fund.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they would not be changing anything they're currently doing. It's just our election,
right?
And specifically signing our name to yes, we agree to this method.
I don't know what our options are if we don't sign.
Half of everything we do is just staying in compliance with something that's making us do.
That's right.
Well, the banks are required to declare to the state which method they use, and basically we're saying that yes, we agree that they use the full method.
The other difference here, as I understand it and reading through this and discussing it with them, and the pooling method, they are required to report it to the state. If we use the designated method, then all that reporting and all those requirements come through us.
That's correct.
But more on that.
Oh, that's correct.
So they ensure you do it this way.
It puts the onus on the state and not us to ensure.
All right. Motion.
Motion to approve alternative one and use the pool method.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the 2014 fiscal year end recap of final budget amendment for current year for 2014-15.
Yes, sir. As you know, we go through our budget amendments, and we have made a change in how we're doing those budget amendments and trying to ensure that they are done at the time this board elects or votes for those particular items. And I think we've begun that process this last year. And so we've tried to go through these budget amendments in a manner that they were actually done. With that said, you will see several different sections within our budget amendments. You'll see a section that is actually representative of the different times where y'all voted for particular things to occur. You will see a section per our budget ordinance where we as staff can elect to make changes in that budget, primarily in the administrative sections of that as far as the travel amendments. And those generally are approved through TOS and then amendments made. And then you will see the individual departments where we have had to make budget amendments. Primarily, for the most part, and we can go through these section by section, whichever your wish is, but primarily for the most part, what you will see on the very first page is that there's only two real major increases overall to the budget. Those are within the agency funds, where we increased our budget based off of the service delivery payments to the cities. That was $1,211,592. And then we also increased Department 17, where we voted to purchase the patrol cars, and that was at the $750,000. In addition to that, this board also voted to add to the sheriff's budget the revenue from the insurance proceeds, we voted to increase for the highway safety grant, and those are reflected in those figures. The overall adjustments that basically were made encompass those two items for the most part. We did make budget amendments of $118,000 into the various departments for the travel and training. We then also made budget amendments within the specific departments for things like health insurance, where, as we have said in the past, we aggregate that cost to the individual departments. Well, if the department has people that are on family coverage versus single coverage, that aggregate may not cover their health insurance within that department. So we've made increases there. The two major pieces where we were significantly higher in our budgets than what we had anticipated were in public buildings and also too in our roads. For the most part within our public buildings, that was a result of utilities. And we're seeing what we can do on that. We had about a $50,000 worth of bills just for the central learning buildings.
For the most part, we've discussed all of these in meetings, approved them or whatever.
That's correct.
But we're actually getting down to having to do the amendment at this point.
That's correct. And then the other piece was in our roads, and we had significant increases in our parts and in our labor within the roads. The other pieces that you will see in here have to do with the fact that we also included the special revenue funds that we talked about this last year for the sheriff's office, the prison, and so forth. And you will see those budget amendments within this document. Overall, I believe within the total sum, we stayed within budget, underlining the fact that we specifically added for the agencies and specifically added for the purchase of the patrol cars. Other than that, we were able to move funds around where necessary in each one of the departments.
And this is all the amendments that are known to be due at this time?
That is correct. I have left some funds in there because, as you know, we still are getting in invoices to try and ensure that we're in compliance with the state. We have to have a balanced budget, and we are not supposed to be going over that particular amount. So, bar anything that we don't currently know about, this should be sufficient to ensure that.
This actual resolution?
Yes, sir. No, the first section is the resolution for the current year that we just ended, 6/30/14, and then there's a second resolution for our 2014-2015 budget.
So you need one motion or two?
The second resolution has to do with our current budget. It is moving the funds from the GIS, where we currently are down one staff person. We don't anticipate that that particular position is going to be filled. And there has been discussion about several items within our current Department 15, which is the securing of additional personnel for the engineering tech position and possibly needing to raise that position's amount. The second piece is, I think as you know, we have been excited about the fact that we've been able to party with the Sheriff's Department in Goshen Road. We've done that to try and consolidate staff and use staff in those areas. We do not know exactly how much that staff position will go into the Sheriff's Department. We're looking at that now, depending upon the amount of time that person's used in administrative functions versus how much is used in the Sheriff's function. We do, however, feel like that in promoting the use of staff here, that we would like to make some reassignments of duties and to fill those assignments of duties with existing staff by raising that particular staff position pay and also additional functions. And so these particular funds will go into Department 15, but with your concurrence would be used for any increase that might be needed in the engineering tech, and also to raise the pay level of that one staff person here that we would like to use in other functions.
That's keeping the same dollars, but allowing all the flexibility to make some movement in those.
That's correct.
As desired.
Yes.
Okay.
Stephanie, you got this,
Yes. I can bring it up.
just now, it says bet it resolved. I think it's just be it resolved.
Which one are you looking at?
Resolution to amend the 2014-15. And what does it mean on the bottom? What does it mean on the bottom? The position is no longer filled and replacement of the position is not expected. Where? What is it referencing above?
GIS.
Can we put the GIS or whatever?
We're just moving those funds since that position is not going to be filled.
It's giving the flexibility to move the money around, use it for different positions.
But it doesn't tell me what position. It just says the position is no longer filled and replacement of the position is not expected.
It is a GIS tech.
But it doesn't say.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But we don't know.
It just seems like,
He'd like the document to have said that, yeah.
it seems like we already know what's not filled.
We certainly can amend it to read the actual position that's in GIS.
Okay.
So, again, do you need two separate motions on this? One to approve
There's an alternative.
the budget amendment, and then two, the alternative on the job description, or just one budget amendment, change
I
coverage
don't
all?
have a copy of the 13.
I think we already have the job description there, so I don't think we need
I don't have a copy of it.
changing the job description at this point.
Is it just the one?
I looked
That's
through
correct.
everything.
See, I don't have a copy of the 13-14.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nobody seems to.
Resolution? Yeah. I think it's the first, right after immediately after the staff report. Right after that was passed, is the DA's office.
There should be a document that looks just like this.
Show it to him on the back?
Yes, to amend the 2013-2014 bill.
Oh, it's the several pages.
It's the one,
Yes,
the one that's got everybody listed on.
There's one that's,
Gotcha.
and it was a little bit longer, but we did it that way so that you would see the variations. Before, when we sum all this up, there's many times where y'all can't see that information, and so I tried to make it more detailed this time so that you could see those individual pieces.
Well, how about this? Without exception, if somebody wants to give me a motion to approve both of them as stated, then if somebody's got a problem with one of them, then we'll pull them apart.
I'm good. I'll make a motion that we approve both as stated, alternative number one.
With those couple of changes that y'all want.
Yes, sir. Changes to show the GIS person and the title.
The title.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? None opposed, so carried. Consideration to approve the Effingham County Corrective Action Plan for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2013.
As you know, when we met this last year regarding the audit itself, we forwarded that to the state asking for any additional input or issues that they had, and waited to hear from them. They cited no additional items, simply that they wanted the corrective action plan approved by the board This corrective action plan is basically the same pieces that we enunciated at your meeting earlier this year, giving what staff has done, what this board has implemented, and how we intend to follow our current financial policies in the future. We can go through each one of them, or if there are specific items that y'all would like to address.
Aren't these basically the same as what we've already discussed?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It just is your signature on it now that the state has
Not
approved our
found
audit.
anything else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is there a question or need to go over?
Yeah, we can do everything. We can do everything.
Yep. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion approved as requested. Order number 1.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve the first reading of an amendment to an ordinance to prohibit the use of certain county roads by vehicles whose weight exceeds 12,000 pounds.
In September of 1993, there was an ordinance approved by a board, I guess, to prohibit the use of vehicles weighing over 12,000 pounds on certain roads. It was amended in May of 1997 and again in September of 1998. Both amendments were simply to add additional roads to that list. I have received a request on Clark Road to do the same. The proposal is simply to amend that ordinance to add Clark Road to the list. We have discussed this in various venues and times as far as ordinances on vehicles, and I believe the board's aware that our sheriff's department is not certified, nor do we own scales. We lack the ability to enforce these particular ordinances that we have, which is why we had looked at a through truck ordinance, which was met with stiff resistance, and we backed away from that. So approval of this will allow us to go place a sign on Clark Road. However, we would not be able to enforce that.
Where's Clark Road?
Off 17,
Just past Griffin's Way.
goes in Griffin Lane, basically, right around Griffin Lane. Comes in sort of the backside of Griffin's Lane. I can't remember all of the roads.
What's the issue over there? Are there road trucks?
I don't know, I just said there was lots of large overweight vehicles utilizing that particular road.
Is that Steve's district?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Yeah.
Is that what Griffin Lakes it is?
I mean, again, we have these signs posted throughout the county. We have ordinances. It's not a legal issue, it's just an enforcement ability. It's kind of like sheriff couldn't enforce speeding without radar on it, or radar guns. Basically, do the cost of the sign and installation.
Either way,
I want to table it till next meeting, give Mr. Mason a chance to
Weigh in.
weigh in. It's in his district.
Well, we have, I mean, it's just a call from, I mean, have numerous calls from citizens or just one citizen?
One person.
I would,
Probably somebody driving a big truck on.
that's what I mean, I mean, if he doesn't aware of it, that's what it makes it live and drive a truck, he's carrying it to his property.
And you're not going to,
We just put a sign up, that's all we want to do.
I was very straightforward with it, and we couldn't enforce it.
There's a bunch of places listed on it that need 2 or 3 pages here.
If we can't enforce it, does it make sense
The
to?
pages of,
And if that's the case, then we even need the ordinance. I mean,
I know.
can't enforce it, the right thing is just get rid of the ordinance, rather than add another road.
Maybe Commissioner Mason's had some calls, I don't know, I'm not aware of any.
let's table it and put it on October 7th, if y'all don't have a problem. do that?
Make a motion to table this item to October 7th meeting.
Second. Motion and a second to table. All in favor? None opposed, so carried.
Well, we meet October 7th.
No longer today. All right, next item. Consideration to approve work order number 6 with Moreland Altobelli Associates Incorporated for consulting services on Effingham Park.
With the board voting to adopt an additional revised concept report for this particular project, I felt it prudent to revise the original scope of work. The original contract with Moreland Altobelli was written in November of 2003. After that time, there have been subsequent Act 5, because it's number 6, work orders or work authorizations authorizing them to do various and sundry pieces of design on this particular project. Since 2003, the alignment's changed, the geometry's changed, it's a completely different project. It seemed prudent to me to go back and get a new scope, a new concept, and a new price for doing so. We went out, requested that, the price was $1.9 million, and in subsequent conversations the chairman had with them, we got them to agree to $42,800 reduction to remove all of their fees for per diems and mileage and reimbursements for their out-of-town work. We didn't feel like we should be paying them for that. There's plenty of in-town engineers that can do the same thing. Leaving the final cost at $1.954995 to complete all aspects of engineering. There was previously a $3.2 million and a $250,000 earmark approved in 2004-05, which is what is supposed to go back to reimburse our design. That puts us still within those limits, but very close to the top of that. So staff would recommend alternative 1, that you approve the revised work order and just get them started, get the road finished. Again, the funding is ultimately to come out of these earmarks that's being paid for by SLOSS all the time.
But then we get reimbursed by the federal government.
By the federal government, yes, sir. It's being paid for out of road impact fees to be reimbursed by federal. The first request for reimbursement, which is nearly $1.6 million, is currently at GDOT. We're working through that. They've got emails from their project manager tonight, so they're clearly looking at it right now. They had a few questions on our side. We are trying to resolve it. We have to do it sitting over here. So we hope to have that resolved pretty soon and get our first check back. So again, it's around $1.6 million, a little over $1.6 million.
So do you think their calls help? Do you think their calls help?
Something got moving.
Couldn't have hurt.
It's taking a new interest to it.
There you go. Any questions? I have a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1, approve the work order.
Second. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Take care. Consideration to accept the roads and drainage infrastructure in St. Matthew's Place.
St. Matthew's Place was included in some of the roads that the board previously approved in November, I believe, November 5th, 13, with the caveat that they come back with the deed, taxes paid, and an estimate of damages. What we have before you is a deed for St. Matthew's Place. There are outstanding taxes in the amount of $1,058.42, of which about $44 is penalties and interest that's accrued in the last 3 years. And there should be an estimate, there is an estimate, an email there from Public Works of damages of about $2,800 for repairs. The deed that's included in your book was reviewed by the attorney, and they have some issues with that particular deed in that it states to be a warranty deed, yet there's no language in their warranty title to this particular property. trellis about that, to try to get his opinion of what his clients are willing to sign that. His response was basically, there's no assets, there's nothing to get, it's a moot point. I haven't had an opportunity to speak with council since then. I don't know if that means we just change it from a warranty deed to a limited warranty deed or a quit claim, or if that's something we feel like we need to contain within the actual deed itself. But there are still some issues there with the deed.
So if we made a motion, you would want us to make a motion giving staff the ability to get corrections made to the deed? Or
correct, and I guess and I'll just say from my opinion, the roads we've been trying to get them for years, I don't know that anybody's going to ever come back and challenge our right to the property in this particular sense. So I prefer, you know, obviously they're looking out for us. They want the language that it was a warranty deed. That's what it says on the deed. And clearly it was not.
And I have one further question. I want us to start taking these roads over, and you know, St. Matthews is one of the ones we've been working on for a while. So I'm in favor of that. But I did want to say the one thing I'm not crazy about is us ever paying old tax on the road, because I don't think we should. But I don't think I should hold us up from taking over the roads. So I guess to the extent, because on one hand, if we had to take the roads because taxes weren't paid, we wouldn't pay taxes then. But we have the ability to take the road because taxes are due. So why would we pay? I just can't get my head wrapped around that. And further, if you know, Linda tax commissioner has stated to me, if there are cases when we can go back in the minutes and show that we approved the plat and it had that kind of language, she could write off that amount of money. So I don't know if we're comfortable, and if we make a motion tonight, that we could say we don't pay the tax, we take the road, don't pay the tax, or what?
We've discussed this before.
Yeah, but we haven't had a resolution. Well, we're going to pay everybody's road taxes that we don't have to pay. That's what I'm trying to fix.
I think it had to do with the fact that not all of the taxes come back
to the county.
I mean, some of them have to go to different places.
That's what I missed.
And if that was the case, then we can say sure.
Linda's on the same thing.
I admit it.
It works for hospitals.
How glaring is that? Yeah. Okay.
But with regard to the deed, I mean, obviously we haven't spoken, Toss and I haven't been able to speak about this yet. I'm not sure what the status of the entity is right now. I mean, if they literally do not have the ability to give us a warranty deed and we want to take the roads, and we'll need to change it somehow to either limited warranty or quit claim. But my review of it was that it was missing the necessary language to be a warranty deed. So, I mean,
can we make a motion that you just get that corrected as with whatever you determine needs to happen?
Yeah, you can approve it upon correction of the deed, whatever that may be.
I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, if the ultimate goal is to take the roads regardless of status of the title, that's what we need to do.
And the county, Commissioner Jones says we can take the road for unpaid taxes. We would have to go through condemnation to do that. The county tax commissioner can sell the road for unpaid taxes.
Correct.
Have bid, yeah.
That bid.
Who would want to buy it?
Oh, we could bring it up sold over there.
We could buy for a dollar. Or somebody outbid us for it, but who wants it?
I saw 3 sold over there one day.
But that would be the bomb.
No,
I'm not buying it.
but that's when I ran over here and started asking how many more was going on.
Of the area.
All right.
Ready? Make a motion to approve alternative 1 with stipulation with the correct deed. Place.
I'll second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? So carried. Consideration to approve Commissioner travel for the ACCG Legislative Leadership Conference in Athens, Georgia, and appoint a voting delegate.
Are you attending this year, Reggie?
Yes. I appoint Reggie as the delegate.
You usually is our delegate.
Well, I have been for 10 years, I think.
Do you accept that nomination?
Yes, I will.
Okay. We don't need a presentation on that, but Thank you. Because I'm asleep over here.
Anybody else going beside Ray?
I need
We're
to know
required.
immediately.
We are not
Training or any of us required. We gotta have
We are not required.
Not doing
And
it.
it's reoccurring
You can get paid for
You
it.
have to do something next year.
next year, okay.
And Stephanie called and checked, and if we go, it doesn't give us any credit for this year.
I'm so trained up, I just don't know what to do.
Reggie, you got it.
I will make a motion that we approve Commissioner's expense for that training and that we appoint Commissioner Blaker as the nominee for representing us.
And since we're going to be having a meeting October 7th, we've got mediation on the 6th. I do not think that I will be attending that, so I will have to approve myself.
But we approve it for whomever.
Gotcha.
Got a motion?
Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? None opposed?
Will you still be able to make mediation there?
Yeah, it's,
That's the 8th.
Sixth,
the conference is not until Wednesday.
It's okay.
Probably be good.
Okay.
It probably starts in the afternoon. Who seconded? Forrest. And that, my friends, is the very last item.
No executive session is? No executive session?
Thank you.
no.
It'll be an executive session.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, well, that was tried.
Committee reports. Before?
I want to, Sheriff Duffy asked me to mention tomorrow that they're having a little, like open house media event at 1 o'clock at the Goshen Station opposite. That Karen Arnold has gone over and is working in there. And everybody is invited to attend.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. That's good.
All right. Any commissioners got anything else?
Folks over in Winfield subdivision, I was on that talks about this, they want their street lights turned off. Sometimes, in the past, there was mention of creating a special tax district. The gentleman I'm dealing with says they have a 100% agreement that they would agree to pay more taxes to get their lights on. I'm suggesting they form an HOA. Why they resist it, I don't know, but I think they would try to come before us the next meeting or in the near future to request that. Have we ever done that with any other subdivision?
We have, and I apologize, I left it all on my desk. There was an ordinance in 2004 that the board adopted for street lighting. And the ordinance basically contemplated every development coming back, particularly to work out particularly the dollar amounts, who would pay it and so forth. There was one done, Hunter's Chase Avenue Lane, I believe. No, one of the.
The developer did.
It was in 2005.
And this developer went under, the lights went out.
There was one done in 2005, I believe.
How's it, the money quoted, how's it done?
I think that's where I stopped. I got to the point of trying to actually pull the resolutions, and I never got my hands on it.
We've been told otherwise. I know we talked about this in the past, we were told we didn't do that.
Well, we should want to, try to come to form an HOA. Stephanie, has anybody called you yet because I said to get touch you.
No, we've been told, before you, but we've been told we did not do that, so, but there is a policy
And
in
then there
place.
was in 2010 or 12, a memo written that I will be glad to supply to all of y'all. I will go back and read it, but there was actually a memo to the board on this in 10 or 12.
Well, if we have a policy, then we need to look at it and see if we want to revise it or keep it.
I got as far as understanding those parts that I just told you, and I didn't actually get my hands on the older resolutions that were done Adam forwarded me the memos and stuff, I just need to put it all together.
Let's see what's on our books. I know a lot of different places, they have, like, Southbridge, I pay on the tax bill for a light.
And you know, there's private water companies that they do it through there.
That's how they handle ours, just through the water company.
That's right.
I believe it was either the water company or the taxes, and I don't know, Eric told me some of this on the phone, he gave me some of the dates when they were, and I wrote them down, and he was giving me some of the background. I have yet to pull one of the actual documents to look at.
Let's see where it's at, because if they definitely come, we need to.
Just forward, a little longer, we gotta dig back and get to that.
It's just,
What is stuff with
What else you got?
government policy?
that's that.
The only thing I got, Mr. Wills happens to be here, some issues on Holly Lane. I know Paul says, look, you've looked at it, right?
I got as far as talking to Jerry, I believe y'all spoken,
They call it.
and there's a 60-foot easement that runs through there. Where the road fits within the easement and so forth is what I don't particularly know. What actually can be done, and what Jerry said, it will take some clearing and so forth to get the ditches and all back in the road.
What it is just constant erosion.
Water runs down the road, there's no ditches, it all just hits the road and runs down the road.
He's been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah.
Nothing's been addressed for 40 years.
40?
Nothing's been done for 40 years.
40.
Yeah.
You know where's that? No, we're calling, basically where Cheney Road runs into Old Augusta. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's a dirt road. I think you and I actually went out there and stopped, we were riding somewhere.
With the old road.
And they were, yeah, it's that road.
Well, what it's causing us to bring in, I guess we're having to bring in material on a regular basis, or no?
I guess, I don't, I'd have to ask Jerry, I'm sure you know if you see him do with it.
Well, Mr. Tucker said that nobody's complained to him for the 4 years that he's been here, because the people that was complaining died. I'm not here to go on back and everybody else.
Don't be complaining then.
None of here. But I guess we can look in to see where the road's at.
Yeah.
Figure out where it's situated within the easement.
And do a drainage survey.
I guess, is that?
I mean, we can take a look at it. I think it just needs some ditches to intercept the water so it doesn't run down the road.
There's one ditch, I mean, it's ridiculous, one ditch, and everything slopes across it. I guarantee you, when I go back over there tonight in this storm, it's gonna be that ruts across it. I mean, after 40 years, it's just, that's ridiculous. That's why I have to sit here all night.
So you think it needs a pipe under it?
Well, they had one culvert under, up near Old Augusta Road, they had one culvert under it, but they have would be the north side of the road, they have it burned up, or it can't even run down into a drainage area. They wouldn't even have to create a ditch there. They just take the berm off and crown the road and throw a couple culverts. There's no rocket science in that.
Not when it, I haven't been down it when it's.
I'll run it in the rain.
It basically slows from Old Augusta back towards the creek, and the way the lane's pitching is this way in, and it's higher, I guess, on the east side of the road, so the water runs to the road, and it has nowhere to go down the road itself.
Well, they removed material off the ridge for the last 4 years, so this material has come somewhere. God only knows how much money I'll put in it, just watch it run down the ditch. It's ridiculous. That's why I'm here. Appreciate your consideration.
Ready?
No, I don't have anything. You do?
Adam, you got something else?
September 27th, we have the Savannah River cleanup. So anybody who has a boat, we need you to be there. Already got some part of our stormwater plan.
We're going to
Program
take that each year, right? Like each use of.
What's that?
Actually, we'd like to do two.
There's your chairman of that.
But since you have a boat, we can go ahead and count on you.
Well, I've already bought
It's not that big boat.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
It's a houseboat.
You got it?
You don't want to put it against your road.
Lawrence, did you sell that boat you was trying to sell them?
I'm trying, you missed me.
No, you still got it then. He's got a boat.
That's it.
Tell us what else you got.
Bass anglers will be holding a captain's night. I believe this is in conjunction with the gentleman that came here the other night.
Yeah.
VIP dinner, captain's dinner, whatever, October 3rd from 3 to 7 at the rec department over here at 119. Reservations must be made by September 25th if y'all would like to go. Just let Mr. Johnson know.
Is it a fish fry?
Traffic safety grant, we've been awarded $20,000 by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety for safety education. ACCG will be holding their fall district meetings coming up for our district. That meeting will be held November the 19th from 4:30 to 6:30. Best I can tell is when we get Holton's Restaurant, which are eating there, so I'm assuming they're talking there also at the same
Where
time.
at?
Holton's in Midway.
Okay.
Reservations are not required but are requested, so if you would like to go, we'd like to have reservations made. Let myself and Ms. Johnson know, we can get you signed up for that. Greenbrier subdivision is a 54-lot subdivision, are intended to be off of Highway 17. The developer would like to plat 10 of those 54 lots. They have requested that we take all of the infrastructure within that subdivision at this time. Roads, water, sewer, all of it. I'm sorry, roads and water, there's no sewer within the subdivision. It is my opinion, knowing that that's a bad idea, and I would not recommend doing that. However, it's been suggested to me that we may look at taking everything now. I would like this board's opinion as to what y'all think is prudent, and I'll explain my position. There's 11 lots. The problem we find ourselves in now is we have lots on roads that we don't own. In this particular case, there will be roads in what is effectively one lot. They can't do anything but sell one house on that one lot without coming back to this board to subdivide that. My concern is that we take maintenance of a road that could be 5 years before there's a house on it. A water system could be the same thing. We could be performing maintenance for perpetuity with no return. However, this board would like to see us move forward. Again, they requested we take everything.
I'd love to see the plat and see.
Glad to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, can we theoretically take part of it?
Yes, sir. Okay. And I'll make it as simple as I can. I know y'all can't see this, but the well's here. Here's the 10 lots. The rest go this way. So yes, we can do that. The entrance to the subdivision is here, so it can easily be done.
What are you proposing? Not what they're asking for the whole thing, but what is your preference?
I would suggest that you only take the roads within the 10 lots being platted and only the water within, the well and the water within those 10 lots.
Which is what we have been typically doing.
That's what we're doing in Staffordshire. They're platting those one street at a time now. We only take the infrastructure on that one street.
Yeah, like we platted phases, but so you take certain roads with the plat, whatever is being approved on the plat at the time.
Right.
Yeah. But sometimes, how do you plat just enough, how do you take just enough of the well to cover that?
Well, the well will be on a separate lot as shown on the phase one plat.
Oh.
And I know y'all can't see this, I mean, so it's hard for me to explain it, but these are the 10 lots. This is the well right here.
Okay.
So the 10 lots are within this.
Okay.
And we can certainly take all of the roads, if y'all like. I mean, I'm certainly even dumping. Illegal dumping will be ours. Anything that can happen to it will be our responsibility. And I don't see how we can get into the situation we're in the past, because there's one, everything else will be one lot. That one lot will be accessed by the road that we did own that stops at the property line. So it would be served by a county road. It would be served by county water at that particular point. However, if y'all like,
nothing ever happens any longer than what?
We have a problem with turnarounds.
Then we've got a problem.
That's a good point. Without temporary turnarounds, this would have the balance of it. That's a good point. And we can do it either way. Again, they requested we take all of it. The only issue I see us getting into is maintenance on one lot.
Is the road currently takeable? Is it currently in good condition?
There are issues Public Works has come up with, and Julie said they're still working through their side on the water. They had some too. So there will be a punch list. I mean, it will not come to y'all until it's in a takeable condition.
Where is this?
Highway 17 is the best I can explain it. It's out, along with this.
Courthouse Road. Greenbrier.
No, it doesn't exist yet. It's off of Highway 17. Looks like between Courthouse and Old Marlow.
Is there any?
That's gotta be, you can see, is the well up front by 17?
Correct. It's been there for years.
All grown.
It's got a little guardhouse with it?
That's right. That's the
Yeah.
one. It's sat dormant for years. It was built in 2008, I believe. It's sat dormant.
There's no houses or anything?
Nothing.
Just all right.
These
But
will be
the
the
road's
first.
open where you can ride around?
Yeah,
I believe so.
yeah.
Can I go look at it and then I'll give you my opinion?
I read through there.
It's not mine. I don't own it. I give you permission to drive anywhere you want.
Too late for that.
So you want to look at it first, and then it won't be on your next, well, he wanted it on this agenda, I think, we just couldn't get everything ironed out. This is also one of the water agreements that we were trying to clean up back in July of last year.
Just give some thought so that we're not borrowing a worse problem by not having the road.
That's what
I'm just so gun shy of not
and then not ever getting the rest of it.
the mess that we're in now, yeah.
Unless, is, the plat's already recorded, right?
No,
The plat's not recorded.
no, y'all have to
See,
approve
see,
it.
that's the point,
If we can
if you
control the
never,
front.
yeah, if you never approve the rest of the plat, then you're okay, probably. That's not really a problem.
It depends on how the road is.
Yes,
Yeah,
design.
he submitted to us 2 plats, one for the 10 lots and another one for the right of way of the entire road.
Well, if you want my opinion, I can give it to you, but I'll ride around it tomorrow and I'll tell you.
Well, and if you're worried about the condition of it, we, again, our new ordinance says everything has to be complete. There has to be a deed at the time that this plat comes to y'all. So it will be for whatever you want. It will be for the, if you want the entire subdivision, that's what they would like. We move that right.
That condition, all the lots are broken up.
Yeah. The automatic gate agreement on Cletus Canaan Road that y'all approved recently has been submitted to ISO. It is in their possession. We're waiting on them to actually approve it. The one on Goshen is now. Sir?
I just said bless her.
The ISO.
Not blessing you.
Yeah, I assume it would be. The ISO consulting services are now, they're underway. I know Clint's been meeting with Skip a good bit. We're probably 45 to 60 days out of that. For some reason, Travis said they wanted us to buy this sky lift thing. I don't know what all that's about. Something him and Skip came up with.
I have no idea what I was talking about.
I got a sky hook, I'll just love you that.
One thing we would like, appreciate y'all's guidance on, we are trying to purchase, is it 2 or 3 vehicles? 2 vehicles. We want to purchase used fire engines, fire apparatus. The problem that I think we're going to run into is in order to do that, what we believe the best way is to go pick out the vehicles that we would like, have them submit bids to us from multiple vendors. However, if we have to then bring those vehicles on an agenda to the board for y'all to approve the contract, we run the risk of it going away because there's a high turnover of these when you find a good vehicle. So we're looking for guidance on how we can purchase these vehicles.
Like give some kind of approval of a certain amount of money or certain.
Basically, pre-authorization of a price, a cap, a ceiling of a vehicle. I mean, we can tell you in general, Clint has specs, wouldn't mean anything to me, but I mean, maybe all.
Well, do they already have money budgeted for such?
They're in short-term work program, that's correct. Y'all approve short-term work program.
They can pay for them and we'll reimburse them.
Well, I mean, you probably could put on the credit
I
card,
wouldn't,
sure.
I don't have a problem giving approval personally for anything like that they already have. But where there's money available budgeted.
There are funds budgeted, and in speaking with Skip, we believe that we can have substantial savings over what we originally budgeted by going in this direction to the tune of somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50–60% of what we thought we would have to spend.
That's one of the reasons I've been in favor of listening to Cycle's consultant advice.
In fact, what's budgeted was new equipment. We're now looking at buying gently used equipment. Again, the issue that we have is, and I think Clint's been doing some looking at that, they tend to go away fairly quickly. We can have a conversation with him. I don't know how long they'll hold him on. Obviously, it's more than 5 minutes. You put it in your shop and load, he goes away in 5 minutes of inactivity. But
good deals don't last, right?
the good ones go away fairly quickly. So what we're hoping is that we can get some sort of pre-authorization from y'all so that when he finds it, we can go ahead and purchase that. And
I don't have a problem with it.
Can we identify that we need a hose lay truck or
certain amount of
this type of engine, this type? We can identify what we need.
The hose line will come through the consulting process. That is something that we've talked about repurposing an existing vehicle for that.
Okay.
We'll get into that when we go to through Skip's recommendations. Right now, these are 2 engines for one's a replacement.
And I think
They're both replacement. One is for a 1980, the other's for a 1982.
I think that's what he's asking, like, you need 2 engines, 3 engines, identify what it is you'd be buying that we could give
some type of a monetary.
We don't need to give them all, I want y'all specify just what is it that.
Yeah. He has the list, but at present we're only talking about 2 engines. Now, he does have a list of the other things that we believe that we need to get us where we need to be in our overall ISO reduction.
I would be in favor if you guys want to get with the list with Joanna and be sure you think you've got money there. I wouldn't have a problem approving that.
Especially as long as it's equipment that we're going to need to fill this overall plan.
If it's smarter and savings, absolutely. We appreciate you being proactive in that.
The difference is we had originally budgeted about $350,000 per each one of these engines. We believe that we can get several of them for about $150,000 to $175,000. That being said, that will suffice, and I believe Skip had said in that meeting that he would give us the parameters of what we need, what years, what models, what makeup, and so forth, so that we are comparing apples to apples when we're actually looking for them.
Now we're in 1957.
I'll make you a deal on 1957.
That deal would last. See, that would be out there.
Yeah. Sell it to you for scrap.
Yeah, we'll hold that one.
Surplus.
That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Joanne?
No, sir. I will say that this particular meeting is a little bit quicker than normal, and we usually try to have your financial statements. We are completing that this week, and they will be in your boxes.
Thank you. Any other staff?
You have anything, Gigi?
I need that all important motion.
Make a motion to go into executive session to discuss personal property and any litigation.
A second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
You just did that so well.
Have I got them? Have I got minutes?
No, we didn't have session.
Executive session.
We didn't have that.
So having no executive session minutes to approve,